Calling the meeting together for the Standing Committee on International Trade, pursuant to the order of reference of Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Welcome to all of our witnesses and to committee members. We're about to start another week of consultation, so if we can get another 20 hours of consultation. I'm glad to see all our members are still anxious to keep on going, so I'm glad you're all here. So, all right. Exactly. So as an individual, we have Wietse Dijkstra, and then from the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Mary Robinson, President, as well as Robert Friesen, the Trade Policy Analyst. From the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Mark Nannes, the President. And from the Dairy Farmers of Canada, Jacques Lefebvre, Chief Executive Officer, Pierre Lampron, President, and Christopher Coughlin, International Trade Legal Advisor, Cassidy Levy Kent. We will start, Mr. Dijkstra, with yourself for opening remarks.
Good afternoon. I'm also a dairy farmer, and I was invited. I'm going to put my glasses on. I was invited to speak here by way of our local MP, Mr. Bragdon, but more on that later. I was born in Holland, but you might have already guessed that by my name. I was born and raised in a city. My parents had no farm. For some reason, I always wanted to become a dairy farmer. I knew I would never have enough money to buy any kind of farm in Holland. Because I wanted to become a farmer, I went to the agriculture school in my city where I was born. In my final year at school, which would have been when I was 19, I contemplated on where to go to pursue my dream. At that time, and this would have been in the late 80s, France and Australia were popular. Denmark was also a go-to place. I had heard in school that Canada was good to their dairy farmers, as they had some kind of system in place to ensure their dairy farmers were getting paid a fair price for the milk they produced. That's all I knew in 1986, but it was good enough for me to go on a big adventure, and I bought my first plane ticket to go to Canada. I arrived in Halifax, Nova Scotia, not really knowing much English. I ended up working on a farm in Nova Scotia, and of course being really homesick. I slowly started to find out that there was indeed a good system in place here, which I eventually learned was called supply management. True to the Dutch stereotype, I was not much of a big spender, focusing instead on saving money towards my goal of buying a dairy farm. I managed to save $700 a month of the $900 a month I was working on the farm in Nova Scotia. At the age of 25, I began looking around and I found this nice working dairy farm in beautiful northwest New Brunswick. I indeed had enough money saved up for a down payment for that farm, and I bought it in 1991. Not coming from a farming background, my attitude might differ from some other farmers. I feel I'm also a businessman. In my opinion, profit is not a bad word, including in a farm setting. Why would I want to work pretty much every day for long hours and not make any money doing it? It's the same for my 23-year-old daughter that hopes to take over the family farm someday. She now works full-time on the farm and sees the political climate we are in. The trade concessions have gotten her very concerned. She feels that we as dairy producers have been picked on from all sides. Over the years, I have been following the situations that have occurred in Holland in respect to the dismantling of the Dutch quota system and all the hardship that it caused. I still talk sometimes to my agricultural school buddies and what they have had to endure, and in no means it was pretty or easy. Canadian supply management, in my mind, consists of three pillars, like a three-legged milking stool, which is very appropriate. Supply control, import control, and stable pricing system based on cost and markets. But the system only works if there is political will to safeguard the pillars. If any one pillar is taken away, like a stool, the stool will fall over. Which brings me here before you today. All during the time the negotiations went on for CUSMA, when people asked me if I was concerned about the outcome, I would say no. I am not. I always said I have full faith in our government to stand up and defend supply management. Unfortunately, I was proven wrong. I think most other dairy farmers were very disappointed when the final details came out. We have a system here that ensures the primary producer, the farmer, gets a fair price for his product. By no means are we getting rich, but we're doing okay. I believe that farmers in other countries recognize that our supply management system does work well and that we do get a fair price for our product. I know for a fact that a lot of dairy farmers in other countries envy us. Unfortunately, it seems that rather than working towards improving their own system in their own countries, they're trying to compromise or infringe upon our system. I just don't understand that way of thinking of the other farmers in other countries. All the magazines that I read from south of the border put CUSMA as a great win for their dairy farmers. In my mind, that would mean that we got the short end of the stick. I have also read that farms south of the border that milk as many as 30,000 cows on one farm. That's equivalent to all the dairy farms in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia combined. Is it where we want to go? In my small community, I employ 3 people full-time, one of them being my 23-year-old daughter. I also use land belonging to several of my neighbors, and even at times employ my neighbors as needed. I also employ about 6 students from high school to work shifts during milking, give them experience in work ethic and some spending money. If farming becomes too challenging due to these trade agreements, other dairy farmers and myself might have to stop farming, and therefore there would be essentially no economic activity left in our community. If Canadian dairy farmers are forced to abandon their livelihood, this would contribute to the ongoing decline of our rural communities. This might be why my local MP, Mr. Bragdon, asked me to appear before you, as he is very aware of what would happen if farms keep disappearing from his riding. Remember, any kind of farming is and has to be a business. Another side effect of this agreement is that we did have a processor that was going to upgrade and expand a processing plant in New Brunswick. This processor now has indefinitely postponed this project due to uncertainty. We, as maritime producers, are very concerned about keeping processing in our region. I now want to touch a little bit on the compensation package promised and partly delivered for CETA and CPTPP. I haven't heard anything about the remaining years and how it will be paid out. That in itself concerns me. The compensation package is bittersweet. Most farmers, including myself, received a payment in December, December of last year, for those previous trade agreements concessions. As far as I am aware, no concrete timeline has been set for the next payments. We, as dairy farmers, always prided ourselves as getting all our money from the marketplace. This is how the system is supposed to work. This is how it did work. The government trading away excess and then offering compensation is not what we want. Having the supply management system tampered with by government trade concessions to the point that we're now looking for compensation should tell you how bad these concessions are hurting us. To be honest, the words, "no more concessions will be made," sounds a bit hollow to me, as this was a line all along. Of course, we're now getting concerned with the possible trade talks that will happen sometime with the UK. I don't pretend to know all the precise details of the agreement. We as dairy farmers have DFC for that. You can probably stump me pretty easy with some in-depth questions. One thing that stands out to me in this CUSMA agreement is the oversight and export cap clause this government has granted the US. I just do not understand how one country, Canada, can allow another country, the USA, to dictate where and how much it can export to a third country. It's even more frustrating as our domestic market has been given away. In conclusion, if I could make any suggestions, compensation for all the agreements will help to maintain my farm and business and allow us to manage for my family's future. As my business model was based on producing milk, I now will need the compensation money to keep the farm viable and profitable for my daughter. Keep in mind, the last 10 to 15% of the milk produced on any farm is the cheapest milk for the farmer to produce and most profitable. Having that share of the milk market traded away means we will need compensation funding to continue to innovate and adapt to this new market's reality. Finally, anything you can do to prevent further concessions and limit the USA ability to oversee our system and limit exports would be positive for dairy farmers like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deister. On to Ms. Robinson for the Canadian Federation of Agriculture.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to present today on a trade agreement that is important to the success of Canada's agriculture community and industry. Agriculture is an essential part of the economic, political, and social fabric of Canada and is critical to the well-being of all Canadians. It plays a strategic role in and is the backbone of rural communities. Agriculture and agri-food make a significant contribution to the Canadian economy, directly providing 1 in 8 jobs, employing 2.1 million people in rural and urban Canada, and accounting for 6.7% of total GDP. A significant part of Canadian agriculture and agri-food's growth and success is due to international trade agreements and subsequent export market development and sales. Canada's market is just too small to accommodate the growth potential of what has become a world-renowned, efficient, and low-cost agriculture industry. Currently, the industry relies on export markets for at least 60% of its output. Consequently, the industry is always on the lookout for additional profitable markets and easily awaits the outcome and potential opportunities of any and every bilateral or multilateral trade negotiation. Having said that, it's equally important to recognize our supply-managed sectors have built stable and viable industries without reliance on export markets and ensure they are not undermined and destabilized in any trade agreements Canada negotiates. The North American Free Trade Agreement has underpinned growth in agriculture production and processing, not only in Canada, but also the US and Mexico. It creates a market of 449 million consumers and generates agri-food and seafood trade of $289 billion. The benefits of NAFTA are undisputed and have been since its implementation. Nearly 80% of Canada's total processed food exports go to US and Mexico. Canada is the #1 supplier of agriculture goods to the US, and we have considerable potential to increase ag trade with Americans. With its growing middle class, the same goes for Mexico, where Canada is the second most important supplier of agriculture goods. Furthermore, integration between Canada and the US is such that our respective industries have grown to rely on open borders to strengthen and feed each other. A specific state example points us to the $2 billion Canadian in trade we do with Iowa. It exports close to $300 million in animal feed to Canada, imports around $170 million in live hogs from Canada, and then turns around and sends us $180 million in fresh and frozen pork. Trade and investment with Canada creates 100,000 jobs in Iowa. CFA from the beginning maintained that NAFTA did not need renegotiation, that changes and improvements could well be made within the agreement already in place. The priority, of course, was to maintain the benefits Canadian agriculture was already enjoying, ensure supply-managed sectors would not be undermined through market access concessions, achieve imported market access for our sugar beet producers, and advance regulatory alignment and domestic support equity. In reviewing the new CUSMA agreement, it is evident the open borders and subsequent market benefits from NAFTA remained largely intact. In fact, some additional benefits were achieved. but they came with a price, and some may say far too heavy a price. It is clear that the Alberta sugar beet producers came away with the biggest gain. Ever since the original CUSTA, where the requirement to institutionalize TRQs at historic import levels was ignored by the U.S., our sugar industry has dealt with a very restrictive U.S. TRQ. In CUSMA, our access for sugar beet was more than doubled to a total of 20,000 ton. Central to the success of any trade agreement is the ability to reduce non-tariff trade barriers. This includes a process for regulatory transparency, cooperation, and alignment. CFA applauds the efforts made by our government to include the provisions set out in Chapter 28 of the agreement, which calls for transparency and a process for communication and cooperation among North American regulatory authorities. The establishment of a committee on good regulatory practices composed of government representatives, including from central regulatory agencies, will enhance collaboration with a view to facilitating trade between the parties. Canada tried hard to have the U.S. remove the requirement for Canadian meat imports to be re-inspected when they cross the border, but to no avail. This issue should be one of the priorities to go before the Committee on Good Regulatory Practices. Canadian agriculture has built and developed a successful export industry, but its success is contingent on operating within a was critical and will be an important element in creating a level playing field. American farmers have long had the ability to sell and ship wheat to Canadian terminals just across the border and have negotiated prices reflective of quality. However, even though the price may have reflected the grade quality, the documented designation did not reflect the grade. This agreement calls for the Canadian grade to be assigned to the imported product with appropriate documentation. CFA has been assured this will not compromise our system of variety registration. Canada paid a very high price for the conclusion of CUSMA renegotiations by conceding significant dairy, turkey, chicken, and table eggs market access to the U.S. It's another economic hit in the wake of CPTPP and CETA, with the accumulation of access concessions devastating supply-managed industries. For example, by 2024, the combined market access concessions made by Canada under the WTO, CETA, CPTPP, and CUSMA will represent 18% of our dairy market. Supply-managed industries are anxiously waiting for government to fill its commitment to quickly and fully mitigate the impacts of these trade agreements. As well, every effort needs to be made to eliminate all forms of TRQ circumventions that escalate the volume of imports far beyond the negotiated TRQs. Two other issues, in addition to market access concessions, which cause alarm for the industry, are the concessions Canada made with respect to policy development and export controls. Canada has agreed to consult with the U.S. before making changes to Canadian dairy policies. This is clearly a loss of sovereignty in Canadian policy development and one that should never, ever have been surrendered. Secondly, Canada agreed to cap dairy sector exports of milk protein concentrates, skim milk, and infant formula to CUSMA and non-CUSMA countries with an applied export charge on exports over the cap. This is disturbing on several fronts. Canada has long argued against the use of export tariffs to regulate trade, and it sets a dangerous precedent by allowing a regional trade agreement and a party in that agreement to control trade of another party to countries outside of the agreement. Finally, it's a precedent that may have implications for Canadian export-reliant agricultural sectors. If Canada exports to other countries out-compete U.S. products, the U.S. may try to use CUSMA or some other mechanism to manage and restrict Canadian trade to the rest of the world. In conclusion, CFA applauds government for its part in consummating an agreement. The importance of profitable markets around the world for Canadian agriculture cannot be overstated. However, the CFA would implore government to negotiate successful trade agreements in agriculture without paying the heavy price we have in the past with access concessions in supply-managed domestic markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Nantes for Vehicle Manufacturers Association.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. I'm pleased to be here today representing Fiat Chrysler Canada, Ford Motor Company of Canada, and General Motors of Canada Company. Our members operate 4 assembly plants, as well as engine and components plants. They invest literally many billions of dollars in the development of zero-emission technologies and advanced vehicle safety technologies. We have over 1,300 independent dealerships across Canada, and we contribute quality employment opportunities for over 500,000 Canadians. The CDMA has been a primary advocate of the CUSMA, and we recommend the passage of Bill C4 without delay. The passage of CUSMA is essential to provide certainty to the North American automobile manufacturers. The automotive provisions, as well as the side letters that provide protection from the U.S. Section 232 tariff actions, are indeed critical elements to support automotive manufacturing competitiveness within the North American trade bloc. It's important to remember that for the auto sector in Canada, the alternative to reaching this agreement was the cancellation of NAFTA, reimposition of tariffs on finished vehicles and parts, and likely Section 232 tariffs on input materials. So if we are anxious to see ratification, that is indeed why. So we again want to say thank you to the Canadian negotiators for working so closely with us and ultimately ensuring that we maintain Canada's auto sector as a truly integrated part of the North American industry. This agreement was existential for Canada's largest manufacturing and export industry. The agreement reinforces the long-established integration of the auto industry supply chain, which is necessary for its competitiveness, and importantly, the ongoing need for continued regulatory alignment of vehicle technical regulations with the United States that are integral to trade and environment while ensuring greater consumer product choice and affordability. The auto portions of the new agreement, including the rules of origin and the labor value content provisions and the 232 side agreements, are something all our members support and can adjust to over a reasonable time period, so we will remain compliant, enabling us to continue to enjoy duty-free access to the largest and most beneficial auto market in the world. Since the Auto Pact of 1965, Canada's automotive industry and its supply chains have become deeply integrated with the United States and over time with Mexico. Vehicles are built seamlessly on both sides of the border, and the resulting deep integration has led to a more competitive Canadian auto industry, greater consumer choice at more affordable prices, and a strong North American trade bloc. When the original NAFTA came into force in 1994, it provided a foundation for a strongly global competitive trade bloc. The geographic proximity of the 3 NAFTA partner facilities, the multi-billion-dollar parts sector, and the just-in-time supply chains are critical to vehicle assembly operations in North America. It also created inherent transportation and supply chain logistics cost advantages. Today, automotive manufacturing represents the second largest Canadian export sector, with $54 billion in trade in 2019, of which 92% of the total value was to the United States. The United States is our #1 automotive trade partner, and it's absolutely critical that trade agreements is in place to provide the foundation for Canadian automotive production and exports in the future. We must always keep in mind that Canada is 1/10 of a complex, fully integrated, long lead industry. Multi-billion-dollar product plans and manufacturing investment plans generally begin over 5 years in advance of the start of production. Planners require regulatory certainty to make their decisions. They especially need for Canada to maintain fully harmonized safety, vehicle GHG criteria emissions regulations with the United States. This remains imperative if we are to continue to be part of this fully integrated, long lead, high capital cost industry. Put simply, we did not work this hard to modernize integrated rules of trade in North America to then take our eye off the ball and drift away with unique or different regulations. That could actually put us back to square one and leave us on the sidelines. So, Canada's officials must also maintain a high degree of engagement with their counterparts in the U.S. and Mexico. We cannot relax our efforts to ensure Canada is sufficiently competitive to win future manufacturing investments that anchor much of the Canadian automotive supply chain. Canada must have competitive, in fact, more competitive, costs of auto operation in Canada, including investment incentives, carbon costs, competitive labor agreements, taxes that keep pace with the United States, competitive electricity prices, and competitive regulatory regimes. It's important to remember that the auto sector is going through one of the most dramatic periods of change in its 100-year history for auto technology and mobility business models. We must work closely together between the Canadian industry and all levels of government to demonstrate that Canada is the best place anywhere to invest in the future of this important industry. Madam Chairman, in closing, we fully respect the committee's need to hear Canadians and ask questions. We have worked with all parties over the last 2 years to discuss this very complex issue, and we have been truly involved, and we appreciate your interest and your open dialogue. We thank you for that, but we must ask you to ratify this agreement promptly. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. On to our dairy farmers, Jacques Lefebvre, Pierre Lampron, and Christopher Coughlin. Whoever would like to take the lead, Mr. Lampron.
Oui, bonjour. Au nom des
Good afternoon. On behalf of all Canadian dairy farmers, I thank you for the opportunity to offer our perspectives on Bill C-4 and the Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement. I'm accompanied by our Chief Executive Officer, Jacques Lefebvre, and our lawyer, an expert in international trade, Mr. Chris Conklin. The vast majority of politicians in this country say they support supply management, but you know, in the end, actions speak louder than words. Today, with COSMA, never has supply management been more weakened. There is no doubt that Canadian dairy farmers have been hit by the three most recent trade agreements. This is something that even the Government of Canada recognizes. COSMA is only the last example. In fact, when imports already authorized under the WTO and the access previously granted under CETA and the CPTPP are added together, these total imports will be equivalent to 18% of Canadian milk production by 2024. COSMA also gives the United States oversight over the management of our dairy system by requiring a consultation with them prior to any changes in its administration. Is this not an abdication of the independence of Canadian decision-making and our sovereignty? Have we really negotiated reciprocity with the U.S., given the non-tariff barriers that our products must face in order to enter the American market? The Prime Minister has repeatedly committed to full and fair compensation of the dairy sector for the cumulative impacts of CETA, the CPTPP, and COSMA. For the first two agreements, at the end of 2019, we received a first installment representing a little more than 12% of the total promised compensation. We're awaiting guarantees that the sums still to come are locked in. We are still waiting. Once again, actions speak louder than words. The compensation envelope did not include COSMA. Some wonder why financial compensation was provided rather than programs. Firstly, our recent experience with programs set up to mitigate agreements with Europe have not been conclusive. Of the $250 million granted, almost 10% were allocated to the administration of the program by the public service. That's $22 million returned to state coffers for administration by federal bureaucrats. As for the remaining sums, they will benefit only a small number of producers. Secondly, the compensation formula announced in August 2019 is consistent with the recommendations of the Mitigation Working Group created by the federal government after signature of COSMA. But beyond the actual figures, there are realities on the ground that are affecting some 11,000 families across the country. My experience is not unique, but it does shed light on why financial compensation is needed. When my brothers and I took over the family farm some 30 years ago, we knew that the market was equivalent to the potential of Canadian consumers. We made calculations and projections on this basis and determined that we could make ends meet despite the significant costs associated with acquiring a farm. Since then, the Canadian government has and will have ceded nearly 1/5 of our production to foreigners by 2024. You will understand that our business plan did not take into account the fact that our market would be given away in this fashion. Had we known, my brothers and I would have given serious thought to whether it was worth it before we took over the family farm, as would be true of any business facing a loss of nearly 20% of its market. However, since these concessions have been granted, we recommend the following. First, that the Canadian government continue to provide dairy farmers, in the form of direct payments, the 7 remaining years of full and fair compensation to mitigate the impacts of CETA and the CPTPP, and that the total amount formally accounted for within the 2020 budget main estimates. Second, that the government announce the amount of compensation for CUSMA prior to the entry into force of the agreement. On the other hand, CUSMA does contain a provision which imposes export taxes on skimmed milk powder, milk protein concentrate, and infant formula above a certain threshold. That threshold is draconian. In year 1 of the agreement, it accounts for about half of our exports for 2018. And decreases thereafter. The export tax undermines the competitiveness of our products relative to those of other global players, including the United States. This sets a dangerous precedent for any Canadian product which could be exported. In addition, if CUSMA enters into force before August 1st, at the beginning of the dairy year, the export thresholds for skim milk powder, milk protein concentrate, and infant formula will see a dramatic decline of nearly 35% after only a few months. This would be another blow to the dairy market. On the one hand, we have conceded more of our domestic milk production to foreign producers for products that will end up on our shelves. Those products will be made from foreign milk, whose production is directly and indirectly subsidized, which is not the case here. This results in cheaper milk for processors who export products here. And this gives rise to the question as to whether this unfair competition doesn't constitute the dumping of foreign dairy products on our shelves. At the same time, we face export barriers for dairy products made with milk from our own country. Add to that the fact that our border is porous and that the government is not in a position to test foreign dairy products coming into the country. It is important to note that such products are not subject to the same production standards that we apply. Given the impact on our industry and the dangerous precedent set by the export thresholds, we call on the government to take steps to mitigate their repercussions. We understand that this could be achieved through administrative measures after the agreement is ratified on a voluntary basis without reopening the agreement. When it comes to controlling our borders, the government must commit to providing the Canada Border Services Agency with the resources and training needed so that officers can fully play their roles. After our discussion with their union management, we are convinced that CBSA officers wish nothing more. Canadian dairy producers are committed to the highest standards of sustainable production. This is achieved through the ProAction program. The standards come with a cost for farmers. For example, unlike U.S. producers, Canadian producers do not use artificial growth hormones to increase milk production at the expense of their animals' health. Instead of supporting our farmers so that they can maintain these rigorous production standards, the government has chosen to open up its markets to surpluses of foreign dairy products that do not meet our domestic standards. In conclusion, DFC understands the importance of international trade to the Canadian economy in general. We are not opposed to Canada exploring or entering into new trade agreements. But let's be realistic. All countries have both offensive and defensive interests when it comes to international trade negotiations. For example, the U.S. has a long tradition of protecting sugar, cotton, and dairy sectors. These industries receive production subsidies directly or indirectly from the U.S. government, unlike the industries in Canada. The defense of supply management has never prevented Canada from concluding an international trade agreement. Trade negotiations should not pit one Canadian industry against another. But we firmly believe that access to the Canadian dairy market should no longer be the price of entry into these agreements. Despite the government's assurances, we remain concerned about what could be conceded in a free trade agreement with Great Britain. It is also important to consider that the impacts of recent trade agreements were not limited to dairy farmers alone. The Canadian government should therefore also provide full and fair compensation for the impacts of recent trade agreements to dairy processors, in addition to Canada's poultry and egg farmers. Finally, it may be time for a committee of the House of Commons or the Senate, or even both, to look into the possibility that foreign dairy products are being dumped in Canada. Canadian farmers are not afraid of international competition as long as the playing field is level. We will now be pleased to answer your questions.
Yes, Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you to the presenters and my fellow member of parliaments. I'm speaking against my own intent of last week. Last week I brought an motion that no motion will be entertained this week, but there was some miscommunication in there in the wording. I had discussion with conservatives. I'm sure Bloc and NDP will be fine if I can bring in a motion to say clearly that there will be no motions this week. Huh?
I think we already had that agreement that we would have no motions until we go into clause by clause,
Right.
and all members would be present.
That's why I just wanted to make sure that put the wording in that there will be no motions
There will be no motions
coming.
by any members until we reach a point where we're ready to deal with clause by clause.
Clause by clause, you have to. There's just no way around it.
Exactly. All right, everybody's good with that?
Uh,
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal, for clarifying that. Okay, on to Mr. Berthold.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Merci beaucoup, membres du...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here to ask a few questions about a file which has kept me very, very busy over the past few years. I've worked with a lot of patience, with great pleasure with the whole sector. Thanks, Ms. Robinson. It was great to work with you. Now, of course, there is a file that we focused on over the past few months in Quebec, which is milk production. There haven't been any announcements for the compensation under the new CUSMA agreement with the U.S. We're expecting the government to share its intentions. We haven't yet had any news on this. We don't know what's going to happen with the 7 other years of compensation under the previous agreements. We're concerned about that as well. We would hope that milk processors are compensated. There's nothing for them, nothing for poultry either. So this is why it's important in the opposition to have time to ask you questions about this free trade agreement. And this is why we thank you for being here to answer our questions today. Last week, I was surprised to hear a testimony from the Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who was here at the committee. And this is something that was reported to me, and I listened very, very carefully to her presentation myself. In answer to a question we asked her about the new export tariffs for skimmed milk powder and for infant formula, Ms. Freeland said that the supply management sector, that's you, because you are the representatives of the Canadian dairy industry. She said you were
Extensively. Donc, je dirais ça, consulter intensément.
So consulted extensively about these export tariffs on milk powder. Do you consider that you were consulted properly about this new way of doing things by the Canadian government? Answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Berthold, for your question. Well, look, throughout the negotiation process, there were briefing sessions. There was also consultation on specific issues. However, in terms of the export thresholds, the scale or the scope of those thresholds, and given that these thresholds apply above and beyond the signatory countries, like the clause that gives the U.S. oversight over the dairy industry. We weren't consulted on all that. So I'm a bit amazed by what you've just said, because what Ms. Freeland said here at the committee and what she said in the House of Commons when she asked the opposition to move forward quickly, she said that there's been proper consultation, but these were extensive consultations, in her words, on these export tariffs. From what you're saying, it looks like the government did not consult you on this. You just said this very clearly. And secondly, were there any discussions on this? Did they tell you that this was one of the options that they were thinking about, or did you learn it? Did you learn about this after it was actually signed and sealed? Well, the Deputy Prime Minister's comment really covers a lot of producers, not just us. So we're just one group. We're not the only producer group that she was talking about. Now, in terms of dairy producers in Canada, we were not consulted on those measures at all. Question, are you aware, or do you know, whether there are any other countries who have allowed this type of free trade agreement, to allow a country that you're signing a free trade agreement with to tell that country you can't sell powdered milk to other countries that are not part of our agreement? Does that exist elsewhere in the world, or is this the first for us? I don't think so, because I think it undermines the sovereignty of our country. We have our expert, Chris, who's here, and he could tell us if there are any specific cases of this type. Chris, to our knowledge, there are no precedents for this. This is the first time, to our knowledge, that this has happened. There are other agreements that look like this one, of course, but the idea of applying export tariffs to third-party markets or third markets is very new. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Your answers were very extensive, and I find it outrageous that the minister says one thing, and then when you talk to the people concerned, it's not really the same answer. I would have expected the minister to be clear and specific when she appears before the committee. No, there's a difference between no consultation and extensive consultations. I think the space between the two.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters. I just want to make it very clear to you all that Americans were not concerned at all about the supply management, but it is us as Canadian, our government, was able to preserve the supply management within this agreement. I'm sure, you probably, most of you agree, but not necessarily, you got, but everything that you wanted. My question first goes to you, Mr. Lefebvre, carrying on the conversation. But when you say that you were constantly in touch with the negotiation, so you were in engagement, when the negotiations were going on.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal, for your question. To address your first comment, we do react a little bit. We understand that the Secretary to Agriculture in the U.S., Secretary Perdue, indicated clearly that the Americans were not interested in supply management. They were interested in an innovation strategy that had been adopted in Canada. In regards to your point, as it relates to being informed, yes, as many sectors, we traveled to Washington and to Mexico City, and officials would brief us on a regular basis after the meetings. These were briefings. They were not consultations per se, but we were kept abreast.
Ms. Robinson, you were here in 2018, and you have met many MPs as well. And what are your experience? when it comes to briefings and be in contact with the authority.
Yeah. I would have to agree with the comments that were already made. I attended the briefing meetings as well, and it's quite right. We were told what was taking place, but we're not consulted on whether something was a good idea or not.
Mr. Chris Cochlin, my question to you is this. When it comes to export threshold, right, on the particularly skim milk powder concentrate, there was a supplier that was concerned about if we ratify the CUSMA right away, then it will affect them, if it's not done in August. Is there a way to mitigate that?
The agreement and the rights and obligations have been agreed to, so that has been concluded. Right. But of course, anything is still possible at the administrative level after the agreement has been concluded. So there is always still a possibility for both sides to agree to further accommodations in terms of timing or enforcement. So in contrast to what we see, for example, in the intellectual property rights space, where for certain provisions in the agreement itself, there are transition periods provided for 2.5 years, 4.5 years for certain changes. We don't have that in the dairy provisions on the export charges, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those accommodations can't still be arrived at country to country at the political level as between negotiators and the political decision makers. I'm not saying that that would be easy, of course. None of the context of these negotiations, I imagine, were easy, but it is a possibility, yes.
My question to you, Mr. Robinson, you mentioned that there is 18% supply management is affected by WTO, CETA, CPTPP, and CUSMA. What out of that 18% is related to CUSMA?
I think our friends at Dairy would be better to answer that question. Sorry.
No, c'est correct.
That's fine.
Only 3.9% of dairy product.
So when you say 3.9, so on the overall scheme of things, as Mr. Lefevre mentioned earlier that U.S. was not concerned about supply management at all, but by protecting this, preserving the supply management, you still think that government has done its role to help the supply management sector?
Oui, ben, c'est sûr que la gestion de l'offre.
Well, supply management has been protected, but it's been perhaps undermined a bit, made more fragile. There was also CPTP, there was CETA, there was the WTO. It's really the accumulation of all of them. That's why we're in a more fragile state. That's why we're saying no more concessions, because it's really, really hurting producers. It's been preserved, but it's been really undermined. That's the situation we're facing.
Dhaliwal, on to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Oui. Alors bonjour tout le monde.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing your experience with us and the experience of your various producer groups. My colleague earlier was asking a question about what the Deputy Prime Minister has said. When she came here, I asked her a question on the concessions made in the dairy producers. She said, well, producers understand. But I think that through your presentation, we see that there's a lot of disappointment. There's a lot of irritation, as you have said. Each time you've been promised no further concessions. The government says this is just a small concession, but if you have a whole number of concessions, it creates a huge hole. Now, the Bloc has tabled a bill to really stop further concessions in terms of supply management. Now, my question for you, do you think that supply management has been properly defended in the negotiation process in the context? Well, thank you very much for your question, Mr. Savard Tremblay. Well, supply management, you know, there are many people who have a lot of good things to say about supply management. The reality really is that when 1/5 of our production is actually being ceded to foreign producers, and at the same time, one of the tools to offset that loss is exports. At the same time, you're being told, well, you can't export beyond these draconian thresholds. Well, we're really in a tight spot. We're squeezed. We're squeezed in our capacity to actually export to offset the impact. So currently, as our president has just said, supply management has been made much more fragile than it's ever been in its history. Well, thank you very much for that very clear answer. But beyond supply management, you talked about the issue of controls on exports. Now, on that, we know that for you, dairy producers, the implementation date really changes everything. After the ratification, the implementation is in the following 3 months, and your year starts on the 1st of April. So that date changes everything. What would be the ideal date for ratification in your opinion? Well, the ratification would be the 1st of May for implementation on the 1st of August. Well, if it happens in July, it would give us the whole summer to actually deal with it. Well, we have to adapt, but at least that would give us more time for the industry to actually adapt. So no ratification before the 1st of May, right? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. How much time do I have left?
Oh, mon Dieu, ça nous reste du temps. On va avoir du plaisir.
Oh, we've got quite a bit of time left. So now there's the Class 7, which has been scrapped under COSMA. I know that you all have your own strategies, but you don't have to tell us, but you have a strategy to actually offset that. Well, in 2007, we came up with an innovative strategy to deal with the problems we were facing in the dairy industry with our partners, with the government. We have to change our model, I think. We put forward proposals. We put forward solutions to the government, but it's really up to the government to respond to this issue. Now, you've focused on export. You've also focused on supply management. Could you talk to us about the impact of that in more depth? Well, the Americans, they produce 15% more than they actually consume. We don't produce more than is actually consumed. Now, their objective really is to sell abroad. Now, in the agreement, in COSMA, they're trying to gain access to other markets, so they'll be able to sell their surplus in other markets, including in Canada. That's really going to hurt us. We're really focused on Canadian consumption. Well, we know this has been a long process. It started with diet-filtered milk at the outset. People were saying this type of milk was not real milk, so legislation did not apply. Class 7 was a bit of a compromise, wasn't it? Well, it was a way for us to actually negotiate with the government to find a solution to that issue, the issue of the classification of products. Do you want to add something? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, we've developed a strategy with milk processors, an innovative strategy, and the government was well aware of that we were developing that strategy. We were encouraged, in fact, to develop a strategy by the government. Now, the strategy has been seeded in the agreement with the U.S., the COSMA agreement. So really, we don't know what's going to happen next. We're in limbo. Of course, our wiggle room, our leeway has shrunk quite a bit. That's certain. And we have to really deal with the concessions that have been made by the government.
committee.
Well, in the House of Commons and in this committee, on several occasions, we've heard comments from specific stakeholders stating that Canadians pay more for the milk because of supply management. I was surprised by that because research shows quite the opposite. I'd like to give you the opportunity now to tell us to talk about the competitiveness of milk pricing here in Canada. Thank you very much for your question. Well, the comparative price is the same in the U.S. and in Canada for milk, for the same standard of milk. We have equivalent pricing here in Canada as in the U.S. I'm sure you've seen milk products, dairy products going up by about 2% over the past few years. They've outstripped inflation. In New Zealand, they've had an increase of 20 cents over the past few years. We haven't seen that in Canada. We're very, very competitive at the retail level. If you're talking about the same standard of milk, of course.
It's going to take a little while longer for this deal to go through committee and then through the House. After that, it has to go through the Senate. By the time it clears Parliament, it won't be that long before that May 1st deadline. And it's our view that the government should wait in order to make sure that dairy producers aren't needlessly affected. But my question about the compensation package is this, which is that if the implementation occurs prior to May 1st, do you guys believe that that government ought to account for that in the compensation package that it creates for CUSMA?
Sure. Yes, absolutely. So, our hope is that the government, we presume that CUSMA will be ratified. So assuming it is ratified, our expectation would be that compensation would be announced at that time and would include the impact of the exports on the caps on the exports.
Now, in terms of other administrative measures that might be taken to try and minimize the damage that is going to be done to Canada's dairy sector as a result of this deal, we understand that it matters whether the quota is allocated to retailers or to processors. I've spoken to folks from the dairy industry about how that's playing out under CETA, and I'm wondering if you guys have similar concerns and suggestions for how the quota under CUSMA ought to be allocated.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, our processing friends, their position is similar to ours. This has really destroyed the market. It would really destroy the market if the quotas go to the processors. There are many issues here. When will it actually happen? You have to try and not destroy the market. You have to try and work in a complementary fashion based on demand. It can't all go to processors, in my opinion.
How much should be allocated to processors over retailers, or do you think it's really not constructed to have that quota be allocated to retailers at all, or?
No, c'est 100% transformateur.
Okay.
100% to processors. Our position really is 100% to processors.
Further question, which is that we've heard about compensation for producers and for processors, but we've heard testimony at the committee that suggests that as part of the package there should also be some compensation for workers who are affected, whether it's pension bridging or training dollars to help them transition into other industries. I'm wondering if the Dairy Farmers of Canada have a position on whether those interests ought to be included in the compensation package.
Ben, c'est sûr qu'on n'a pas.
Well, we don't have a major problem with other people who are being affected by this, but we don't have a firm position on it for the time being. if people are affected by it, you have to deal with it, right?
To Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My first question is for Mr. Nante, and we get it like the agreement does provide certainty, protection against 232s. The whole idea of these agreements is so that we can get costs down, align regulations, things like that, so we can be more competitive as a North American bloc. But I do worry about the rules of origin, and in some ways it's good, but other ways the costs. And we know that manufacturers aren't afraid of importing cars into North America. And where's that tipping point where if the costs are too high here, somebody may just build that car in China and just ship the whole vehicle over here. But that's a worry that I have coming from, Oshawa, where we just lost our assembly plant. Whatever reasons, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts when I talk to manufacturers. And that's kind of what I'd like to talk to you about. The agreement here that the new CUSMA is supposed to work on alignment, getting us more competitive, but coming from a government that was working on harmonizing regulations across the sector, this current government is putting in all kinds of unique Canadian costs and regulations. We could talk about the unique environmental considerations, the costs such as the carbon tax. You mentioned the high cost of electricity. I hear that over and over again. And you mentioned in your opening statement that we almost have to be more competitive here in Canada. So coming from the guy who represents Oshawa, where we just lost our assembly plant, if you could comment, is there anything specifically in this agreement which would favor Canadian investment versus, say, investment in the United States? So if I'm General Motors, Ford, or Chrysler Fiat, why would I pick Canada versus the United States based on this agreement?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Carey, and all of those things you've said are absolutely true. These are considerations that have to be given due analysis and consideration to. And we do operate in a high-cost jurisdiction. We have signed other trade agreements where we don't have full reciprocal access to those markets. And certainly during the course of negotiations, we had discussions around what would happen if the cost of compliance and so forth exceeded the advantages. And that is true that, all the multinationals that I represent under other trade agreements could in fact go abroad to manufacture their vehicles and simply ship them in like all these other countries into Canada duty-free under those other trade agreements. Those are all very serious considerations and risks, if you will. Absolutely. So we do believe, though, that with the agreement as it stands, yes, there's probably additional complexity and some costs. The question becomes, can we manage those costs? And all the companies now are giving consideration to those costs and complexities and how they report and ultimately how they will factor that into their pricing and so forth and their production costs. But we think they're manageable at this point in time as they stand. We are adding more content, if you will, by virtue of this agreement, more regional content. And the parts makers have said that's probably an advantage for them. Mm-hmm. Yes, we agree with that, but I will add the caveat that there are no guarantees. This agreement does not provide guarantees.
Well, that's why I worry if we're kind of diverging now and having all these uniquely Canadian costs. So I think time will tell, but I can keep my fingers crossed on that. My next question was going to be for the dairy farmers. And basically, Monsieur Lampron, you said something like, had we had known, we realize that these are families, these are small businesses, this sector is being negatively affected. And one of the things that on this committee we want to do our due diligence, we've been asking the government for impact assessment studies that have been done. The Americans finished theirs last April, and they gave their lawmakers about 3 inches thick of material to go through ahead of ratification. We were not given the same courtesy here, even though my colleague, Mr. Hoback, wanted to do those studies last spring. The time the Liberals had the majority, we weren't able to do that. I'm worried. On Friday, the C.D. Howe Institute gave their impact assessment for the agreement, and sadly, this looks like it's going to be a $10 billion hit on our economy going through with this agreement. And one of the things we've heard is the only thing worse is not having an agreement is even going to be worse than that. So we're kind of in a catch-22 situation here. But I was wondering if you could comment on the openness and transparency of the government going through this this process. The minister, rightfully, she was here. She said that they consulted extensively. We've heard from the dairy industry and pharmaceuticals, of course, that they don't agree with that. She said she was in front of committee 12 times. I think it was 4 times. And before the election, she said that this agreement was going to be a victory for Canada and a win-win-win. So do you agree with that assessment? And how would you rank the government for their openness and transparency on the way they manage this deal?
C'est sûr, sur la ferme chez moi.
Well, on my farm, if you talk to my brothers, it's not the same model we had in the past. We had supply management. We invested to increase the Canadian market. In terms of transparency, I'll ask Jacques to answer that question. I think he can tell us how the organization feels about that.
He was on a 5-minute cycle, and we're at 5:50 at the moment. So if you want to, if you can get Mr. Carey's information later on, Mr. Raya, this for 5 minutes.
My first question is to Mr. Lampron. You said in your statement that the dairy farmers have been hit. What percentage of your 11,000 dairy farmers will go bankrupt due to this agreement?
Mr. Arya, if that is the measure for any agreement, then I'm quite concerned.
Because I've been in industry, I know what it means when somebody says that industry is going to be hit. I had this publication, we closed down, I couldn't stand the competition. Then I was in high technology, we see hundreds of high technology companies going bankrupt. So whenever we use these terms, the industry has been hit because every other sector faces competitions. They survive, they become strengthened, and they go and capture the market. And Ms. Robinson, last year you tweeted, US sees a 24% increase in farm bankruptcies. And you went on to ask, what do you think is going to happen to Canadian agriculture? So how hard the agriculture sector is going to be hit with this agreement?
I think when we talk about bankruptcy in agriculture, it is unique as an industry, and it's important to take into account that we're talking about the entire fabric of rural Canada. And we do more than just bring amazing GDP contributions from agriculture, but we
Absolutely, I agree. Canadian agriculture is really a great success. I see that you export to worldwide markets, not just limited to the North American markets. You compete with other global producers. So, but when I see this tweet, I just want to understand, is this agreement bad to Canadian agriculture?
Canadian agriculture is so diverse and broad that I don't think you can put a blanket answer to that question. If you're a sugar beet farmer, you're probably pleased with this. If you're a supply managed farmer, you're probably not pleased with that. And if you're the neighbor of a supply managed farmer, you're probably not happy with it. Because we are so intertwined, it's important that each of us is profitable. And what we do in Canadian agriculture to our best ability is collaborate and make sure that we're all profitable and able to move forward.
On the vehicles manufacturing, Mr. Carey asked the question whether this agreement will increase investments in Canada versus the US. My question is the same. When I say investment, I also use the word capacity. Will this agreement allow for the increase in installed capacity in vehicle manufacturing in Canada?
As I said, Mr. Arya, there are no guarantees. We operate in a high-cost environment. We have to ensure that we're not as competitive as other jurisdictions. We have to be better than other jurisdictions. The question becomes, what if we didn't have this? And the downside is far greater. So it's almost as if we don't have this, which is really just the price of admission. We need all of these other factors to be considered, both federally and provincially, to make sure that we get our local costs down, to make sure that we can capitalize on the capacities, as we say, in our universities and the other partnerships in sort of the new part of the business, which is in artificial intelligence and software and connectivity and so forth, all of which are being moving forward in Canada now, given our expertise in those areas and the partnerships that OEM companies have struck with these universities and companies.
I'm glad that you brought up artificial intelligence. You know, in Ottawa, we are promoting autonomous vehicles. We are promoting the software that is used in the new generation vehicles. We are investing heavily onto artificial intelligence. Do I sense that the future investment will be more towards the R&D that can be done in Canada in these advanced technologies?
Well, I think that's, part of that question is yes. And again, comes back to what it takes to produce profitably in Canada, given all these high costs that we engage.
Let me ask a blunt question. Very short, quickly. Is the hard product manufacturing, is it a sunset industry today?
I would say not if we address a lot of these issues that I've identified.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses for coming out here today. I'm going to start my questioning, please, with Mr. Nantes. So as you obviously are very much aware now, the Canadian government has not yet provided Parliament with an economic impact statement, despite being asked to provide one weeks in advance of these deliberations. That being said, the focus of my questioning has been not on whether to ratify, but rather on the implementation side of it. I am hearing concerns expressed by businesses that there's a very short 90-day window between ratification and implementation. The committee was advised that one of the most complicated elements of this agreement are the stringent rules of origin that must be met for products to qualify for duty-free market access under CUSMA, with significant impact on the auto sector. First question, sir. Do you have any concerns about the short timeline between ratification and implementation, and are you aware of any proposals to negotiate a longer transition period, even up to January 2021?
Starting with the latter, I'm not aware of any direct negotiations that fall into that category. At the same time, I think we've said that one needs a reasonable time in order to make sure that all these systems and processes are in place. And so I think governments, plural, in all three countries need to take that into consideration.
Thank you. A follow-up question. So, as Mr. Carey said, the C.D. Howe Institute did release an economic impact study. They say that the negative, and then I quote, the negative elements outweigh the positives, and that Canada's real GDP will shrink by 0.4%, end quote. They have also expressed concerns about a potential thickening at the border. Do you share the concerns about the overall benefits and the potential for a backlog at the border?
So is that question addressed to me, Mr. Lewis? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, again, our industry has been deeply integrated for many years, many years. We've worked exceptionally close with the Canadian Border Service Agency. We have instituted, following 9/11, for instance, FAST-related programs, so we address security. So basically, the customs and the border is an extension of our just-in-time delivery system. So we have made many developments over time. I will say that, we are in pretty fair shape, that Canada has responded quite favorably in that respect. But if we do see a thickening, then that will have some very severe consequences, not just in our industry, but many other sectors as well.
Thank you very much. How much time left?
2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the dairy industry then, and thank you for your comments, Mr. Nantes. The same economic impact statement, the C.D. Howe, reading here, data from pages 12 and 13 and tables 8 to 9 show the impact on dairy from the new CUSMA. Page 12 is Canada figures, so Canadian figures. Canada dairy will lose 2.62% of sector and a loss of U.S. $699 million in its domestic market to the U.S. Wow. Given the negotiating dynamic and the tough spot Canada was in, what's left to do other than concede on these export caps, and are administrative measures really feasible?
The administrative measures are feasible. I mean, they are to mitigate the impact of the caps. I think it's important to understand, just to build on something that was said earlier, the U.S. overproduces 15% in dairy. And their strategy, and they're very open about it, is to position themselves on the world market. What they've been able to achieve through this agreement is to eliminate competition coming from Canada. So the impact of that is major. And the time frames to adjust to that are very, very short. I think the minimum would be, at least having year one applying starting August 1st to coincide with the dairy year. But when it comes to intellectual property, we see that the negotiations were granted some transition between 2.5 to 4.5 years. We look at that in dairy and we say, geez, if we had to concede, it would have been nice to be able to transition over a longer period.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fedayem.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous tous d'avoir.
Thank you all for testifying today. My question is to Mr. Nanté.
I'll refer back to something you mentioned in your statement. You said that the new NAFTA Bill C-4 should be ratified expeditiously. And I believe you also noted the importance of obtaining certainty. Is that certainty something that your members in the auto industry and the approximately 500,000, I think you mentioned, Canadians that worked in the auto industry are asking for?
Absolutely. I mean, certainty enables decision makers to make decisions about investments, not just in Canada, but in the U.S. and Mexico. Without that certainty, and by the way, our Canadian manufacturers are now just entering another cycle of new investment. If they don't have that certainty, these decisions will be postponed. And that's just simply a lost opportunity. If we don't get these investments, this cycle, for instance, they probably won't come forward in the foreseeable future. And that is the downside that I reference in my remarks. And some would even suggest that if we don't make these investments now, they never will come to Canada. Again, unless we address this broad spectrum of the high costs of operating in Canada.
Thank you. We also heard you mention that the auto sector represents approximately $54 billion in trade. And earlier in the committee's work last week, we heard the mayor of Windsor say that he saw potential for growth in the industry, particularly auto parts suppliers and other perhaps smaller businesses in the values and supply chains. Do you see potential for investment in those areas in Canada?
We can see scenarios where there would be potential expansion, if you will, or opportunities. But as I also said in my remarks earlier, is that the CUSMA is simply the basis to move forward. It's sort of the entrance fee, if you will, to continue doing what we're doing. But it does not provide that guarantee in the future unless many of these other things that I've mentioned, these other parameters, these other issues get addressed as well. So yes, we agree with that. But if one is walking away here that it's guaranteed, we cannot say that.
I understand. Perhaps we could touch on, with the time remaining, the importance of your members investing in zero emissions technology and where you see that going. Could you give us a short update on cars of the future?
How much time do we have? A short response is that, connected vehicle. Well, let's start with just zero emission vehicles to begin with. So basically electric vehicles or fuel cell vehicles. Absolutely. They're already in the market now at a pace that is unprecedented. So many more models, many more sales. I think that's a given, particularly when you look at the vehicle or the GHG emission standards that we have to meet. We can't meet them without electrifying the fleet. When we start getting into connected vehicles and ultimately autonomous vehicles, further down the line, obviously, but we start getting into sort of the shared economy, autonomous vehicles and so forth, and shared transportation services, again, are very much of the future. But a little farther out, there's many things that we have to address and satisfactorily address, I might say. I mean, we have this little problem called winter in Canada, and some of our sensors don't work that well when they're covered with snow and so forth, just as a practical matter. But literally, I will say, even just on zero-emission vehicle technologies, literally hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested, and companies are definitely committed to seeing a return on their investment in that regard. So they're very much of our immediate to midterm future.
Thank you.
Give a short.
I was just going to ask you. You referred to billions of dollars in investments, including in Canada.
Yes, I mean some of these other partnerships that I mentioned earlier in terms of software and sensors are very much a part of those vehicles. In other words, that's just a component of the design cycle or design that goes into these vehicles, which is shared, across these companies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay for 2.5 minutes.
Je voudrais peut-être.
I'd like to ask the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturer Association, Mr. Notte. I'll put a question that I asked a number of witnesses here because it really is at the core of our messaging. When it comes to vehicle manufacture, you are certain that you represent all manufacturers. You also represent the manufacturers of vehicles that are not individual vehicles, but larger vehicles.
When you say larger vehicles, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I represent Fiat Chrysler, Ford, and General Motors. These are the traditional, some of the largest vehicle manufacturers in Canada and North America, and it's multinationals. But many of the things that I've addressed today are things that all vehicle manufacturers in many respects support in Canada. I'm not going to speak for those others, but we have had discussions on a regular basis, and many of these issues are the same ones, and some of the solutions to these concerns are also the same ones that they support as well.
Parce que vous nous parlez donc d'efforts qui sont faits.
So you are talking about efforts being made ideally to meet emission reduction targets, environmental concerns that the vehicle manufacturing industry might have. Do you think that the agreement should have had more stringent environmental standards?
I would say no, for this reason. When we talk about smog-related emission standards, for instance, we've aligned with the United States. It is the most stringent standard in the world, national standard in the world. When we talk about GHG standards, it's also a very aggressive year-over-year improvement. Now, they may change, but there's a very complicated issue unfolding in the United States. But we would continue to say we must continue to align our regulations. And that also applies to vehicle safety and technologies, where we are moving to a higher common denominator by aligning with the national standards of the United States. So you really, in many respects, can't get better than that. There may be some examples in other jurisdictions, but when we talk about the integrated North American market, the need for scale, the integration of our market, these are things that will, if we basically develop technology that people can't afford, these technologies will not make it into the marketplace. That means we don't get the safety or environmental benefits. So we need the scale to make sure that prices of these technologies are affordable for consumers, that those consumers can have maximum choice. If we don't have this, then many of these products may not come to Canada, for one, and consumers, for affordability reasons, may not buy them either way. We don't get the safety benefit, and we don't get the environmental benefit.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Mr. Blakey.
Well, those are we're kind of along the line that I wanted to go, just in terms of talking about some of the implementation on the auto side and the question of regulations between Canada and the United States. But I'm also curious. Haven't heard anybody yet talk about what was agreed to in the TPP with respect to auto, and whether there's any tension or friction between what was agreed to in CUSMA, or how that'll interact in the Canadian market. I'm wondering if you have any reflections on that you'd like to share.
Well, the CPTPP, which is what it ended up being, is an agreement which we didn't support. We didn't support it on the basis of having full reciprocal access to the markets and the countries that are part of that agreement. And some of those countries, well, even while that negotiation was underway, were introducing more constraints, restricting access, such as Vietnam, restricting access to their market as that very agreement was being negotiated. So agreement, we should be looking when we negotiate these international agreements, we should looking at it through the lens of what is good for our domestic industry. That's what these countries are doing.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can't gain full reciprocal access because of non-tariff barriers, which they've introduced and continue to introduce and unsatisfactorily have addressed to date, that is not helpful to our domestic industry. And this is ultimately could be very harmful to us. United States, that's exactly what they're doing. They're negotiating these international agreements through the lens of what is helpful to the long-term viability of their domestic industry. That's what we need to keep in mind when we're negotiating these other agreements.
Indeed. If the Canadian government isn't bargaining on behalf of the Canadian economy, I don't know.
CETA was an
who they're
improvement.
bargaining for.
CETA was an improvement, and CUSMA. If we didn't have CUSMA and we couldn't operate as a fully integrated industry, we would not be competitive globally speaking. It's very critical.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our witnesses for that very valuable information. We will now suspend for approximately 2 minutes before we convene for the next session. Bring the meeting back to order. We will continue our study of Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United States. Welcome to all of our witnesses for our second week of hearings. We have from the Canadian Electricity Association, Michael Powell, and from Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, Corrine Pullman and Jasmine Jonette. Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, Isabelle Duchesne and David Cherniak. And from the Retail Council of Canada, Jason McClinton. All right, Mr. McClinton, will we start with you?
Merci, Madame la Présidente et membres du comité.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to come and talk to you about C4, the act to implement the agreement between Canada and the United States of America and the United Mexican States. We are the Retail Council of Canada, and we strongly support Bill C-4. I'd like to give you a brief overview of the Retail Council of Canada. Retail is the retail sector, that is the largest private sector employer in Canada, with over 2.1 million Canadians working in the industry. It's recognized as a Canadian retailer's voice. We are the voice of Canadian retailers, representing groceries, specialty stores, independent stores, and online stores as well. The grocery members of the RCC are proud and independent members of the association and are the final direct interface with consumers, providing Canadians with a very broad variety of foods that they consume every day.
Of Bill C-4. Canada is a trading nation. Free trade is essential to a modern economy, allowing Canada's access to world markets for its exports and allowing retailers and consumers in Canada to access a variety of goods at competitive prices. The renegotiated NAFTA agreement, otherwise known as the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, or CUSMA, preserves key elements of the previous free trade agreement and incorporates new and updated provisions that seek to address 21st century issues. So let me be clear, CUSMA is good for retailers and CUSMA is good for Canadian consumers. Specifically, I'd like to make comments on 2 points within CUSMA. First one is the de minimis threshold. Retailers in this country are pleased that the Canadian negotiating team delivered a deal that protected Canadian retailers from the most unreasonable demands made by the U.S. side. With U.S.-based online merchants and couriers pushing hard for an increase on the de minimis level to an $800 USD level, it could have been devastating for retail merchants in Canada and to the over 2.1 million Canadians working in the retail sector. This level would have created a tax and duty-free advantage for foreign shippers over Canadian retailers, essentially incentivizing Canadians to shop anywhere but in Canada at the expense of those who actually invest and employ in Canada. Clothes, bookstores, shoes, toys, sporting goods, consumer electronics, and housewares would have been particularly hard hit, and these tend to be the areas in which small and medium-sized retailers specialize. We're very pleased to say that the Canadian negotiating team did not cave into these demands, and I would personally like to thank the Prime Minister, Minister Freeland, and the Canadian negotiating team for the work they did in this area. The second area that I'd like to comment on is the tariff rate quotas for supply management goods. Through negotiation of CUSMA and other new trade agreements, such as the CPTPP and CETA, Canada has increased its TRQ commitments for supply managed goods nearly threefold, and the landscape of Canadian industry and consumer demand has changed significantly. RCC is supportive of the government's decision to conduct this comprehensive review of its TRQs for existing and new trade agreements such as CUSMA. That said, if the purpose of these trade agreements is to bring competitive pricing for Canadian consumers, retailers must be given their fair share of duty-free quota under Global Affairs Canada's review to maximize consumer choice and bring these better prices. In particular, quota on products meant for final retail sale to the consumer should be allocated directly to retailers rather than slicing the pie so thinly that each piece of the pie would be of negligible value, or allocating the bulk of ready-for-sale goods such as fluid, milk, cheese, and poultry up the line. Having fewer price takers along the supply chain will ultimately lead to more competitive prices for Canadians. While quota cannot be allocated directly to consumers, it can be allocated to the people who are closest to consumers, and that is to retailers, if Canadians are to see the full benefits of this deal. En conclusion, merci encore de...
In conclusion, thank you again for giving us this opportunity to give you the points of view of grocery and other retailers on Bill C4. Thank you again. I'll be pleased to answer your questions.
Chemistry Industry Association of Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est un honneur d'être parmi vous.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to be with you today.
Mexico is a key pillar of our economy. The Canada, U.S., and Mexico trade agreement represents a step forward in that relationship, and the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada and its members support its ratification with the passage of C4. Canada's chemistry industry is a vital component of our economy and is the fourth largest manufacturing sector at just over $58 billion in annual shipments. Ours is also a very highly skilled industry. More than 38% of our nearly 90,000 employees are university graduates, second only to the IT sector. These highly skilled employees are well paid with an annual average salary of $80,000. The chemistry industry also supports an additional 525,000 Canadians in indirect jobs. And while few people give thought to the role of chemistry in the economy, more than 95% of all manufactured goods are directly touched by the business of chemistry. This includes key sectors of the Canadian economy, such as transportation, agri-food, natural resources, and of course, the municipal entities through water and sewage treatment. In my brief time with you today, I want to share a few key points on behalf of Canada's chemistry sector. First, free trade has been an unquestionable benefit for our chemistry sector, and nowhere is that more prevalent than here in North America. Canada's chemistry sector is highly integrated into international trade flows. Our industry exports nearly $40 billion of chemical products each year, second only to transportation equipment providers in the manufacturing space. On the other hand, we import just under $60 billion from other nations. Taken together, the chemistry sector trades around $100 billion worth of products each year. With respect to our North American neighbors, approximately 76% of our exports and 58% of our imported chemical products come from the United States and Mexico, equating to over $65 billion worth of trade annually. Our members have offices and production facilities across Canada, including in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick. Every single day, these facilities trade hundreds of millions of dollars of products with our American and Mexican neighbors. Every day, they send hundreds of train cars from Fort Saskatchewan, Sarnia, Bécancour to facilities in Texas, Illinois, Ohio, Coahuila, Chihuahua, and Mexico City. In return, these U.S. and Mexican companies send hundreds of cars back, picking up new products in Guadalajara, Louisiana, New Jersey, and Washington along the way, and sending them to manufacturers in Red Deer, Toronto, and Montreal. Thousands of trucks and train cars cross our three borders each day in a highly efficient and integrated manner. All of this has been possible through free trade. My second point is that once it became clear that a renegotiation of NAFTA was imminent, CIAC wasted no time in articulating clear and concise priorities that would preserve and modernize North American trade. While it was important for us to maintain tariff-free access for chemical products into the U.S. and Mexico, we wanted to use this once-in-a-generation opportunity to modernize key aspects of the North American trade framework. Addressing non-tariff issues through free trade negotiations is a constructive way to ensure a common approach among trade partners vital to a knowledge-based economy. This means finding new ways to strengthen government-to-government cooperation, avoiding duplication, enhancing regulatory cohesion among trade partners. Just as important as enhancing the free flow and secure of goods, the flow of ideas and information helps to strengthen our supply chains, improve our businesses, and improve business certainty. Modern trade agreements go far beyond tariffs, and it is crucial that these agreements evolve with the economy. In a unique step, we collaborated with our sister associations in the United States and Mexico to offer tripartite recommendations to our respective negotiating teams on modernizations to the areas of rules of origin and regulatory cooperation. These two areas are uniquely critical for the trade of chemical products. CUSMA preserves and enhances the trilateral trade of chemistry products in North America. It prevents new tariffs from being applied to chemical products, modernizes rules of origin, offering companies a clear menu of options for documenting the origin of their products, enhances regulatory cooperation with a sectoral annex intended to facilitate cross-border information and burden sharing to protect human health and the environmental health and strengthening Canada's world-leading risk management approach to chemicals management. Finally, it facilitates digital trade by ensuring that industry data can flow freely and securely across borders. The chemistry sector has evolved significantly since the original NAFTA was adopted. Today, tens of billions of dollars worth of chemical products are traded across our borders. CUSMA will provide for tariff-free trade of chemical products. It modernizes key areas vital to a knowledge-based 21st century economy, and it strengthens Canada's risk-based approach to chemicals management. Finally, we'd like to thank the Prime Minister and Minister Freeland for their extensive engagement on the file, and we can't say enough about Canada's negotiating team at Global Affairs Canada. They prove that despite the tense rhetoric, you can achieve win-win-win outcomes. I'd also like to note the high degree of participation from the provinces as well. I will, in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that and welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Ms. Pullman.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to share the perspectives of small and medium-sized companies on the trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. I'll be sharing my time with Jasmin Gannett, my colleague, and he'll be starting off, and I will be ending the presentation.
Merci beaucoup, Corinne.
Thank you very much, Corinne. You have a PowerPoint presentation in front of you. I'd ask you to look at it. On the second slide, as you can see, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business is a not-for-profit organization which represents about 110,000 small and medium businesses across the country in all sectors of the economy. So if you'd like to turn the page now. Third slide. As you can see, our latest poll on international trade goes back to 2017. We received 4,400 responses to that poll. Based on that poll, we published a report which contains comments from our members and some concrete examples of the issues that our members face when they engage in international trade. Now, we have some copies with us today. If you are interested, and I could provide you with a copy after the presentation, we can also send them to you by email if you like as well. It's also important to mention that of all exporting companies in Canada, more than 90% of them are considered small businesses. Still on slide number 3, as you can see, 31% of respondents to the poll say that they have had experience in exports and 71% in imports as well. For some of them, it's only occasionally that they actually undertake international trade, but others do it regularly or even on a daily basis in some cases. What's important really is that no matter what the frequency of their transactions, they must be able to undertake these transactions quickly and easily. I'd now like to ask you to turn the page. Now here we can see that 63% of respondents import from the U.S., 28% export to the U.S. Of course, the percentages for Mexico are not as high as for the U.S., but Mexico does, however, remain a major partner and a growing partner, in fact, for Canadian businesses. I think this demonstrates to what extent our trade relationship with the U.S. is so important and how much it is important to have clear rules and a predictable trade environment so that we can trade properly with our partners. If you'd now like to turn the page. Slide number 5, you can see here that we've asked our members to give us the reasons that have encouraged them to do more international trade. And of course, there might be an increasing demand for a product or a service, and that's perhaps why they've engaged in more international trade. or a desire to grow or just a business opportunity in some cases. More than a third of them said that good trade agreements have an impact on their intent to export. If you'd now like to turn to slide 6 now, in 2018, we asked our members if a new agreement between Canada, the US, and Mexico should include a portion on small and medium business. We're happy to see that a whole chapter in the new agreement deals with small and medium businesses and recognizes their role in our economy. This was one of our major recommendations as it pertained to the negotiations that have just taken place. So we think this is a positive step forward, and we hope that this will help us small and medium businesses to do more international trade. In fact, I'd now like to give the floor to my colleague, Corinne.
As you turn to the next page, we'll get into our priorities and recommendations here. I want to say that we, first and foremost, that we encourage the government to move forward on ratifying this agreement as soon as possible. We've experienced a lot of uncertainty in international trade over the past few years, and this would help bring some needed stability with Canada's largest trading partner. In addition, we're very pleased to see a small business chapter, as Jasmine pointed out, which included in this agreement, that recognizes the particular challenges small businesses face when it comes to trade. If we want to see more small businesses engage in trade, we would encourage the government to move quickly on many of the ideas and principles found in the small business chapter and throughout the agreement. While eliminating and or lowering duties is important, almost more important to smaller businesses is to focus on making border processes easier. This includes improving how quickly trucks can cross the border, but also finding ways to clarify and simplify customs processes and paperwork. In particular, things like the rules of origin can be a real challenge for smaller firms who may not have the expertise or resources to address issues that may arise in that area. Also important, though, is to review things like trade facilitation programs, such as FAST or CTPAT and PIP, and to make sure that they they consider the needs of small and medium-sized companies when they're being designed, and making sure they're easy to access for smaller firms as well, because too often they're really focused on the large firms and not on the small firms. If you move to the next page, I want to just touch on a couple small things. While we'd like to see this agreement move forward as soon as possible, we also know there are a couple areas of concern. We recognize that certain sectors may be hurt by some aspects of the agreement, and action must be taken to address those issues. For example, we know the dairy industry will see U.S. competitors gain greater access to the Canadian market. To deal with this, the government should provide a detailed transition plan, provide clarity on what compensation will be offered, and assurance that these measures will work for smaller producers as well. As an aside, I should also mention that our members that are in the grain and livestock industry are also struggling due to trade issues with places like China and India, and so we would certainly welcome efforts to resolve those issues as well. We're also concerned with the higher de minimis. While we agree with the Retail Council, we were pleased to see that the government sort of stuck to the ground. It didn't go to the $800 that was being pushed by the Americans. We are still concerned that it is doubling in cost from $20 to $40 for the taxation purposes size, and up to $150 for duties. Small Canadian retail businesses are already facing intense competition from online and international businesses, and we feel that some of these changes will actually make it worse. And at the very least, we really ask that government directs stronger enforcement of the rules by Canada Post and CBSA. The issue here is the rules are in place, but they're not being applied, and we need to see stronger rules enforced, and making sure that the rules that are in place are being properly enforced by Canada Post and the CBSA. We'd also encourage the government to look at ways that we could potentially offer other relief should this become an issue for smaller retailers on the ground here in Canada. These are the key issues we hope to address today, and we'd like to thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Powell for the Electricity Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of C4 and CUSMA and how it helps Canada and the North Americans' integrated electricity grid. CEA is the national voice of electricity. Our members operate in every province and territory in Canada and include generation, transmission, and distribution companies, as well as technology and service providers from across the country. Our electricity sector employs 81,000 Canadians and contributes $30 billion to Canada's GDP. Indirectly, our sector supports essentially every job in Canada, as electricity is the foundation of the modern economy. Electricity is at the heart of Canada's transition to a low-carbon economy. More than 80% of Canada's generation is already non-emitting, making it one of the cleanest grids in the world. In fact, the Canadian electricity sector has already reduced GHG emissions by 30% since 2005. Electricity will play an essential role as Canada transitions to a low-carbon economy. Yes?
Is asking you slow it down a little bit.
I'm so sorry.
I appreciate the speed, but translation.
Electricity will play an essential role as Canada transitions to a low-carbon economy. The sector is uniquely positioned to help advance Canada's clean energy future and provide, as the throne speech aspires to, clean, affordable power in every Canadian community. Canadians and Americans share a highly integrated electricity grid connected by more than 35 high-voltage cross-border transmission lines. Our members also engage in bidirectional electricity trade with the United States and work with American counterparts to keep the grid reliable and secure. Trade and integration form the backbone of a highly positive and mutually beneficial cross-border electricity relationship, which provides economic, environmental, resilience, and security benefits to Canadians and Americans, and which contributes to affordable and increasingly clean energy for customers on both sides of the border. Overall, the binational integrated electricity system exemplifies the advantages of partnership and collaboration, and, quite simply, benefits both countries. In recognition of these mutual benefits, CEA and its U.S. counterpart, the Edison Electric Institute, submitted joint comments to negotiators on both sides of the border during the renegotiations. These joint comments highlighted our shared view that the existing cross-border trade relationship works well and the importance of preserving it. For more than 25 years, NAFTA has provided stability and predictability to our shared interconnected grid. Its value is underpinned by NAFTA's guarantee of tariff-free electricity trade, and it is positive that the Canada-U.S.-Mexico Free Trade Agreement maintains this integral guarantee. CEA also supports the greater integration and interdependence of North American energy systems, and so was very pleased to see the inclusion of a CUSMA Canada-U.S. Energy Side Letter on regulatory measures and regulatory transparency. Over 70 terawatt-hours of electricity flowed across the border in 2018, representing an electricity trade relationship of over $3 billion. Approximately 30 states engage in electricity trade with Canada each year, with Canadian exports to northern border states being particularly robust. This two-way exchange enables electric supply to meet demand in the most efficient manner, increases resilience, boosts affordability for customers, and helps regions meet policy and business goals. Many Canadian and U.S. electricity companies own assets in both countries. Canadian export volumes are high relative to import volumes, as Canadian generating capacity generally exceeds requirements. In 2018, net exports were 48.2 terawatt-hours, which represented a net value of about 2.4 billion Canadian dollars. We have additional surplus supply, as well as rich resource development opportunities. From a Canadian perspective, electricity trade provides system reliability and resilience, and economic and affordability benefits. And while exports represent a valued source of revenue for many Canadian electricity companies, that's only half the story. From the American perspective, particularly for northern border states, our electricity is an affordable, reliable, safe, secure, clean supply option that contributes to national energy security, environmental goals, and economic success. Given our abundant clean energy electricity profile and rich clean resource development opportunities, Canadian electricity imports contribute to the shrinking of the U.S. carbon footprint and can also serve as a backstop energy to support the development of U.S. variable renewable resources, such as solar and wind. This relationship is more than powering homes and businesses. National energy security has also been a major Canadian preoccupation throughout the negotiation of the agreement. The interconnected nature of the North American grid means that its reliable and safe operation is a shared responsibility. Canada and the United States have worked together to develop effective institutions in support of a safe, secure, reliable electricity system to the benefit of both Canadian and U.S. businesses and communities. The Canadian electricity sector is an active participant in cross-border institutions and programs that aim to secure the grid, such as the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, which enjoys participation of senior government officials and the electricity industry CEOs from both countries. The electricity sector and the government also participate in major cross-border security incident response exercises, like GridX, which was held this past November across Canada and the U.S. To this end, Canada and the U.S. work very closely on the protection of critical infrastructure. Cyber and physical security is top of mind for industry and government alike, and while there is good collaboration between our governments and industries, there's always opportunity to strengthen cyber protocols. All things considered, there are further opportunities to leverage the positive electricity partnership between Canada and the U.S. The ratification of CUSMA will help provide the stability and predictability to our shared, interconnected electricity system to help forward this valuable partnership. We'll keep working to make North America the world's leading energy region by promoting energy security and affordability, strengthening energy infrastructure protections, and achieving environmental goals. Thanks for your time. And for
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell. On to the members. Mr. Hoback.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here this afternoon. We appreciate it. I'm sure you're aware that we're doing extended sittings all this week, and we're doing as much as we can to get as many as the 200 people who wanted to appear in front of the committee a chance to appear and talk about the impact of CUSMA, the new NAFTA. You know, one of the concerns we have here is it's not the deal. We're going to approve the deal. It actually should go into clause by clause, hopefully Thursday or Friday, and out of here. Now, the Senate, that's a different story. The Prime Minister will have to deal with them. That's his baby. But as far as this in the House, we should get through it, which I think everybody, that's what they want to see. Some of the concerns I want to bring in, and maybe I'll start off with you at the CFIB, is a lot of people will say, get it done. Yet when you start telling them what's in the deal, they go, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Now, here's a good example. You talked about the de minimis, and it goes from $20 to $40, and then the duties to $150. But you realize Canada Post doesn't qualify? It only has to be a courier outside of Canada Post that would qualify for those types of situations?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why, we're a little bit worried about the impacts this is going to have, because Canada Post is the one that's the real problem. It's never been the couriers. The couriers have always, I think, done a fairly good job of collecting duties and taxes, even under current rules, and Canada Post never did, and now they're being exempt. And I would suggest, and perhaps the Retail Council knows better than I do, that most shipments are coming through Canada Post. I mean,
yeah, so the reality is it's going to be $20 if you go Canada Post, but if you go another courier, pick one, then you go to the new rule. So, the weirdness in all this is why exempt Canada Post. This is the only profitable part of their corporation, is the courier side of it. Yet, you told most of the business community, and they think it's everybody. But no, if you ship Canada Post, you don't get it. And they go, whoa, wait a minute, what else is in here? And that goes why we needed to have a little more time to go through this to the nth degree. So hopefully in the implementation, and maybe we can change that somewhere down the road. But now, Retail Council, you may not want to see it change. You may want to just leave it the way it is. But was that part of your strategy when you're doing the consultations?
Yeah, we participated, as you know, extensively in the consultations, and our members would have liked to have seen the de minimis threshold move to zero, because essentially what it was is any purchase that you're making under that, as you mentioned in the renegotiated NAFTA or CUSMA, under that $40 limit for taxation and $150 for duties, you're essentially incentivizing those purchases to be made anywhere but in Canada. So we would have liked to see that remain the same or even lowered to zero. That being said, there's the very practical realities of having to administer this thing at the border, as well as the pressure that the Canadian negotiating team was getting from the U.S. government. All in all, it's not something that our members are ecstatic about, but they are very, very pleased to see where we did land on it compared to what had been the pressure that the negotiating teams had been under.
Yeah, no, the $800, that would have been a devastating impact. And actually, if you look at, again, the costs of doing business in Canada versus costs of doing business in other jurisdictions around the world, carbon tax, everything else, it's quite a bit more to do business here. And then you do, like you said, you've taken the de minimis and you've increased it, and the taxes to $150. That all of a sudden now you're competing against that American across the line that's selling something, that $60.
And ultimately, I think our members would have been fine with that if those same $800 tax break was given to Canadian retailers and consumers would have. I can't comment on what that would have done to government revenue, but if you're going to give a tax break to retailers outside of Canada, you'd have to give that same tax break to retailers who are investing in this country.
Yeah. Okay. Over to you, Michael. You talked about cybersecurity in the network, and that's something that's really concerning right now as we go into the 5G networks. Whenever I've been down to the States, it's funny, when you sit down with members of the House, the Senate, the first thing they bring up is Huawei and 5G and security and cybersecurity. In fact, 3 years ago, I remember down at the governor's conference, all they talked about is cybersecurity without even talking about Huawei. How do you see this agreement? Does it give us the flexibility to pick whatever service provider we want for a 5G network, yet still keeps that security where we need to be?
Well, I'm familiar with the opinions of our friends to the south. I think that the key thing that Canada's going to have to decide is that the way we operate our electricity system, I mean, we move lightning through wires at the speed of light across North America. The kinds of equipment that we have has to be as secure and reliable as is possible. You can read in the newspaper and in public documents on a regular basis some of the challenges that the supply chain offers, not just for regular things, but some of the industrial control systems that are in place. And I think the key thing is we need to make sure that we're working collaboratively, not just here and in the United States, not just big companies, but also recognizing that there's small operators as well that have to have access to technologies to make sure that there is no weak part of the grid, because the weakest part of the chain is where it's going to break.
It's going to break. One of the things, we've met with the Japanese car producers today and their facilities here in Canada, and they said one of the hurdles they see right now in setting up a new plant, electrical vehicles here or hybrids, is no battery manufacturer in Canada, in fact in North America. Do you think we've got the infrastructure in place and will be in place? And do the rules under the new USMCA allow that infrastructure to be placed for electric vehicles? So the charging stations, the capacity, the hybrids, do you see that coming into standard?
Where we're concerned about the expansion of things like electricity infrastructure for EVs is less about trade relationships and more some of Canada's policies internally. Things like the laws around electricity meters haven't been updated in decades, which make it very difficult to install both in homes and in businesses new electricity meters. So we need to update those rules to make sure that they're there and we're able to do it. And that's where we'll see the real opportunity for innovative companies, but also in places like condos and apartment buildings for them to come in. I think it's beyond the scope of where CUSMA is. How many are made in the United States, I'm not sure, but there's a lot that Canada can do here with its own policies that will make it easier to roll out EV infrastructure for people and businesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell. On to Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you very much for your presentations, and it gives us a lot of things to think about. In your presentation, I'll go to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses first. You referenced the chapter in particular related to small and medium-sized firms and the associated opportunities. So I have a two-part question. First part is, how aware are small and medium-sized businesses that there is such a chapter and opportunities, A? And then B, what actions, can the Canadian government take to increase awareness?
It's unlikely they're aware that there's a small business chapter. However, we're doing what we can in surveys to make them aware of the fact that there is a small business chapter, and more importantly, what that actually means, right? I mean, that's the key. It doesn't really matter if there's a bunch of words, as long as there's actually action taking place. And I think that what the Canadian government can do is actually prove through their actions that they are serious about recognizing that some of the things that small businesses need when it comes to international trade are different than what larger businesses need. So being a bit more proactive in terms of getting feedback on how they can change custom processes that help them. Things like, instead of creating portals where it's easier for them to access other government departments, those kinds of things are going to be, I think, the best way to really communicate that out to the small businesses, is actually doing the things that need to get done in order for them to realize that opportunities are out there, and that's not going to be as difficult as they originally thought it was going to be.
I used to work for the local Economic Development Corporation, developing small businesses, and it's a very similar story, I think, throughout time. It makes sense. I had my own small business, and as opposed to, say, Algoma Steel in my riding, which does a lot of trade. Well, they have a whole department related to exporting and importing and whatnot. But your small and medium-sized businesses, sometimes it's just one person or a couple of people, and they're so busy doing their business that a lot of times they don't have those opportunities. And I also have the opportunity to be the parliamentary secretary for Minister Joly in the regional economic development agencies, and one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around with is like how we can sort of develop and use Export Development Canada or places like FedNor or FedDev. I'm not going to name off all the other regional economic development agencies across this country to play more of a substantive role in inbound and outbound trade missions, in particular with the United States. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, organizations like EDC and the Trade Commissioner Service, for that matter, are not well known either among small companies. In fact, when they do learn about them, they often feel like they're not really meant for them. They're meant for bigger companies, and we're constantly educating them ourselves to say, no, actually, they're meant for you. But again, I think it goes back to finding ways to make it easier. I mean, I'll give you an example. You go to the Government of Canada website. It's very difficult to find anything specific to small businesses, right? It's very much focused on Canadians and which makes sense, but something that allows them to understand, here's a piece where I can go to get information that I need. It's not easy to navigate. So that's where it starts, right? So are the things that CBSA can do that's a little bit more focused on, here's the information you need to import or export, because even though they're more involved in the importing side, that's where the small businesses go to get information. They go to the border folks. And so they need to be able to also have a more consistent message around what you need to do in order to export effectively. And ultimately, they've talked about a single window for years, this idea where you go into one place and you get all the information you need from all the different government departments as a small business who wants to get involved in trade. It still doesn't exist. So you have to figure out, okay, do I have to talk to CFIA? Do I have to talk to the USDA? Do I have to? That's where these types of agreements can start working together. So it's not only figuring out on the Canadian side, but linking it to the American side so that you're dealing with all of those other government departments in one spot instead of having to figure out which ones you have to do. So that's what's really going to help small businesses get more involved in trade.
So it's twofold. It's more education, training, and outreach as well.
And communicate and simplifying the processes.
And simplifying the process.
Yeah.
And on that fact, one of the things that Minister Freeland had noted was that the paperwork that is need to be done by all businesses crossing the border is significantly reduced with the new agreement. So hopefully that'll spur on some more activities as well. It's said that, depending on what stat you look at, 75 to 90% of Canadians live with about 160 kilometers of the United States. So it's no surprising, looking at your stat, that the United States is the number one place for imports and exports out of, for this country. So a question to the retail folks too as well. What exactly, can the government do to help support sort of the retail industry? Sort of the same question, but more drilled down in particular. And I think about like where the dollar is now, and it's such a great opportunity for our American cousins to shop, for various things, whether it is physically coming, across border towns like Sault Ste. Marie and into Canada, or it's doing it online. So what advice would you have for us?
A visitor rebate program. Yeah. Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a visitor rebate program. So essentially, if you think about Europe and the VAT program and other countries, Japan actually has a really, really good model that we're looking closely at, where consumers can go, they can shop, and they can get their taxes refunded directly at point of sale. I think Canada absolutely needs a visitor rebate program in order to, exactly as you suggested, encourage more people to come visit Canada. And it wouldn't just benefit retailers; it would benefit people need somewhere to stay. People need something to eat when they're here, right? So I think Canada absolutely needs a visitor rebate program. And if I may touch on your other question. Small and medium-sized retailers come to the Retail Council of Canada for information. They trust us. We represent over 45,000 storefronts from across the country. And even some retailers that some people might think are quote-unquote large retailers, depending on the business model, a franchise model, or some like in the case of franchise models, which happens all the time, these are all small businesses across the country. And so we represent, as I said, 45,000 storefronts. They come to the Retail Council for this kind of information because they trust us, number one. And number two, we can put it in a language that's meaningful to that sector, to retailers. So my thinking, if I were to advise government on how to get the word out, is to work with industry associations such as the Retail Council of Canada.
Okay, very good. How much time do I have left?
30 seconds.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And you don't have much time to answer this, but fully aware that the supply chains that are affected by this, in particular the small and medium-sized enterprises that will be benefiting once we get down to full tariff-free free trade. I think we're at about 99%. We're striving to get that 1% figured out over the next little time. So hopefully now that we have some rules of engagement going forward on dispute resolution, I'm just seeing a lot of nodding heads. I'm making more of a statement, but I see a lot of nodding heads that we can get to 100%.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheehan. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Thank you very much to all of you for being here this afternoon and for sharing with us your realities and the realities of the groups you represent. I would like to ask my first question. Yes, you, that's right. I was looking for the exact title. I'd like to ask you the following question. We know that one of the major challenges for the retail industry is the competition from digital sales, right? It's a major challenge, as we know. It's a major challenge for traditional retailers that have existed in the 80s, 90s, and up until the early 2000s. Have you looked at that part of the agreement? We've heard from representatives of the digital industry who have said that the digital giants would in fact have even more rights, would have an even greater share, if you like.
Commerce numérique, you mean online?
Oui.
Okay. So our members are highly competitive in the online space. Retailers in Canada are very good in that space, and the ones that are particularly good are the ones that understand the intersection between the bricks and mortar and between online. Because you have Canadians, consumers coming in, and they'll look for a product, touch and feel it, and then go online to buy it. Or they'll do the opposite. They'll go online and then they'll come into the store to look and touch and feel and then make that purchase. So I don't want my comments about de minimis to in any way confuse that point, that our members are highly competitive in that space. What I'm talking about when I talk about de minimis, and when I talk, it's about overseas online operators having a tax advantage and having a duty advantage that a similar Canadian retailer would not have, and therefore that's why we're very supportive of how the negotiating team landed in terms of the de minimis threshold. But our members are highly competitive in the online space.
Merci. Thank you very much for that, and I'd like to ask a question of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. We know that access for small and medium businesses was one of the major promises of the previous agreement to the old NAFTA agreement. It was one of the major success stories for Quebec small businesses. Mr. Landry, Mr. Parizeau told us for a long time that it was a huge success. We had greater access to the southern market. Could you talk about the chapter within the agreement which recognizes the importance of small and medium business? I think that is something that goes without saying. Do you have any solutions or any recommendations that you'd like to make? Are there any innovations within the agreement itself, apart from this specific chapter and the recognition of the importance of small and medium business?
Okay. Yes, the small business chapter in this agreement is very important. And the reason it's important is it's only the second or third agreement now. It first appeared in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, the small business chapter. And this has sort of adopted it at this scale. And why it's important is because it actually recognizes the differences small businesses have when it comes to trade, international trade. And while it doesn't, when you look at the details of it, it's non-binding. It's only looking at sort of how to better communicate and share information. It's the principle behind it that's really important, and recognizing that small businesses are important in the international trade sphere. So that I think is key. I also think where I'd love to see innovation, or I guess some additions happen, not just in that chapter, but throughout the agreement, is where it's important for small businesses, as I mentioned earlier, is dealing with trade facilitation is really the biggest issue. It's how do you deal with the regulations? How do you deal with the customs processes? That's where it's most important for smaller companies. They're not less, like, duties are important and everybody wants to make, but at least you can understand them. It's the unexpected, what we call non-tariff trade barriers, that make the biggest difference in a small business. So making sure that when we're looking at ways to reduce custom processes, to reduce regulations, that we're thinking about the impacts on the small companies, because it's different than for large. And that's where I hope that this will go further. And by including that chapter, when we're discussing how to address these regulatory barriers and discussing how to make it easier to trade, that we're thinking about it in the context of a small company, because their challenges are very different.
Ce serait une question à long développement. Est-ce que
Will I have time to ask another question? Will I have time to ask a question later? So I'll wait until I have more time to go to my next question.
Sorry, I'm just going to take a quick sip of water. Mr. McClinton, I wanted to follow up on the question of TRQs and their allocation, because I mean, it's something I know dairy producers and processors are paying close attention to, and there's been some question about how that's been working with respect to CETA. And I guess, do retailers acknowledge the pressure and the challenge that these trade agreements and the loss of or the expansion of foreign market access has meant to Canadian producers?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Blakey. Canadian retailers and our in this space, when we're talking about supply managed goods in particular, our grocery members are highly supportive of Canadian producers, of Canadian farmers. They sell, and consumers ultimately demand Canadian made farm products because they're world class, right? So our members are very, very supportive of that. What we're talking about here with regards to the government's review of tariff rate quotas under supply of supply management goods under deals such as CUSMA is making sure that Canadian consumers benefit from this as well. If the purpose behind these trade agreements is to get better prices for Canadian consumers, you can't allocate duty-free quota directly to consumers, but you can allocate it to the next best thing, and that's or the ones that are closest to consumers, and that's retailers. We're not saying anything other than making sure that retail gets its fair share. Historically, retail had been ignored as part of getting access to duty-free quota.
Would you agree that beyond price, I mean, consumers also see choice as a virtue, and that we might interpret some of the market access provisions not just, I mean, actually they're about producers in other countries expanding their markets. They have very little to do with Canadian consumers. But would you agree that we might also interpret this as a way of trying to provide a little more choice to consumers as opposed to uniquely lowering the price of dairy products in Canada? Absolutely. Canadian consumers demand choice, and quite frankly, we live in Canada, right? So there are certain seasons where it's more challenging to produce certain types of products. I'm thinking in particular about fresh fruit and vegetables and that sort of thing. And so Canadian consumers have come to expect the freshest produce and the freshest other types of foods to be available to them year round. So absolutely, it's about getting the most competitive prices to consumers and increasing consumer choice. And that's why retailers need to have their fair share of quota under the review that Global Affairs Canada is conducting right now. Is there openness on the part of retailers to administer their TRQ under conditions so as not to compete with Canadian products that are on the market today? So that one is one that would be really interesting. I think that one would warrant further discussion. Okay, well, thank you. I look forward to some of that discussion. I did also have a question for Mr. Powell. Is it fair to say, I listened with great interest to your presentation. I'm a construction electrician by trade and quite interested in the industry for that reason. What I was hearing was that the advantage from your organization's point of view is that it largely maintains the status quo for your industry. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes. First of all, thank you, of course, for your ongoing support for line workers across Canada. But the most important thing for us was to maintain the status quo. But I think that there's opportunities here for it to provide certainty as we move forward for more opportunities for relationships in the future. there's a market in the United States, and as we said, there's benefits to both sides, not just in terms of providing electricity, but also enabling variable renewables like wind. In Manitoba, as an example, the new Manitoba-Minnesota transmission line will help allow Minnesota to have more wind and use Manitoba Hydro to basically be a battery to backstop that. And that's a cool opportunity. We all live in the same space, and that speaks to the value of an interconnected grid.
So beyond ongoing certainty in the relationship, is there anything in particular in this agreement that we should be looking to that creates that kind of strategic opportunity that wasn't there?
Again,
under
the
old
energy
agreement?
side letter speaks to that more forward-looking part. But the biggest thing for us was to continue the relationship, and to everyone's credit, that has been continued. And
Okay, thank you very much. And to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, when you talk about smoothing border flow, which I think is in everybody's interest, essentially that means hiring more people to be able to do the work, or that's something that you guys would be supportive of, I take it, despite the fact that it's an increased public expenditure. What would be some of the other measures that you think ought to be taken in order to be able to
Yeah, I
help
think
with
some of the areas too, in terms of border flow, as well as just the whole processes that you have to go through in order to get a product across the border. I think we can look at ways to be more efficient around that. Things like right now there's HS classifications, and if you continuously import the same thing all the time, why do you have to always put down every single classification anytime? There's things like that, I think, that are small, but they're big impacts if we can find ways to streamline those kinds of paperwork for smaller companies and for larger companies for that matter, right? The larger companies often have some better sort of access to folks to help them with that kind of thing. So those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. So it's not just about the physical border, but that's definitely there, but it's also about the paperwork and the processes you have to go through to get your products to that border, right? And I think that's an important aspect of it as well.
Thank
So
you very much.
better processes and more public servants. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
didn't say
Blakey.
that.
On to Mr. Clem. 5 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Powell, I was meeting recently with representatives from the auto sector, and they raised to me the concern about higher electricity rates in Ontario. And apparently in Ontario, the rates are 25% higher approximately compared to Ohio and Michigan, and as high as 75% higher compared to Texas. So why are electricity rates higher in Canada compared to the United States?
Well, I think it's worth remembering, too, that Canada is not just one electricity market. There's 13 different markets. If you were in a province that has a different source of fuel mix, more hydro, then you might see lower rates than in other places. In some places, they might be higher than Ontario, as the case may be. Each province has made policy choices over the course of the last number of decades about how it wants to roll out its grid and how it wants to, provide electricity now and into the future. I think what we want to see, and what we encourage government to do, is to look at those areas, not just now, but into the future, that will reduce barriers to our members operating and providing as low a prices as possible to the consumer. And that looks at things like reducing regulatory barriers and cumulative impact.
And you said that Canada is a net exporter of electricity to the United States. So what can be done to increase cross-border electricity trade to reduce those prices for consumers across the country? I'm sorry, interprovincial
yeah,
trade.
No, I understand. The answer is that again, it really depends on two dance partners. And I think that what you'll see moving forward is that in a number of jurisdictions in Canada, you'll see more transmission. So Manitoba and Saskatchewan have signed an MOU to look at some of these things going forward. There's conversations going on in Atlantic Canada right now where it seems to be working towards more transmission moving into Atlantic Canada. The opportunities in Ontario and Quebec would be a conversation that would have to happen between those two governments. It's more complicated than two provinces being next to each other on a map, unfortunately. And it comes down to, again, choices about how they make, how individual provinces and companies generate, where the best source is, and ultimately how they think they can provide the best deal to customers.
And if the electricity rates are typically lower in the United States, would we expect to see pressure for the lower cost electricity in the United States to want to be purchased on this side of the border?
By and large, Canada is an exporter of electricity. If you look at there's an app on your phone called GridWatch that will let you see real time in Ontario where the different interconnections are. It's exceptionally nerdy to follow. So you can see, even in Ontario, where we might be exporting near Niagara Falls, we might be importing near Sault Ste. Marie. BC is by and large buys the most power into Canada. Again, on a total, probably still an exporter, but that just happens to be where there's more hydro that might be available at any given time in Washington State, and it flows into Canada. So again, it sort of the electrons flow where they need to go.
Okay. And for Ms. Pullman, you talked a little bit about the small business chapter in CUSMA. What elements of that chapter would you like to see expanded into future trade agreements with other countries that would be beneficial for small businesses in Canada?
Well, I certainly think just including a chapter is a big start, because that never was the case before. And then expanding on what's already in that chapter by right now nothing is binding in that particular chapter. Maybe making parts of it more binding in that there is sort of an obligation on that the countries that are signatories to the agreement actually do come together and create common websites that actually do come together and provide services or programs and share information that actually combines everybody's sort of approach to trade and how they're going to deal with small businesses. So I think that's the piece that would be important. There's also, I think, a commitment to create a committee to sort of look at this. The committee is sort of only focused on government folks who then potentially actually maybe involve stakeholders once a year. Maybe even having that group being a little bit more broader than just government folks, but including actual industry folks that would actually provide input into the system right directly to each of the governments and how they can improve services to small businesses.
Thank you very much. And on to Mr. Sarai.
Thank you all for coming, and it's been pretty insightful for us to find out how various industries get affected differently, and everything from electrons to retail goods going across our border. My first question is for Ms. Pullman. Do you think so it's on the new the paperless regime that is to be implemented under the new CUSMA in terms of goods going back and forth. Do you think that'll help and have some cost savings to our retail sector, our business sector, and from specifically for smaller and mid-sized companies?
I hope so, I think is the question. Certainly going paperless can often be an advantage because it can be an advantage, but it can also be not necessarily change much. If you're just transferring what was on paper onto a screen and you're still having to pull the data, you still have to figure out how to get that information, and it doesn't necessarily change anything. But if they're actually making things more efficient, if you can actually track where your shipments are going, that does make a huge difference. Because for a lot of small businesses, they don't mind the rules or the processes. It's understanding how they're supposed to abide by them that's the problem. And when they don't get that information, or if they don't have information coming back to them that allows them to sort of, for example, track where their shipments are, then it becomes very stressful. So if that allows that sort of communication to happen in more real time, yes, it would definitely be an improvement.
And my second thing, this is not specifically just CUSMA, but it's CUSMA, CETA, CPTPP. How do we get our independent businesses to know more about what the options are? I went through the deck as well, and there seems to be still a gap in awareness, particularly with procurement, where they can export. I know EDC does some sort of a job on that, but how can we do a better job so that our small, medium-sized, I know the larger corporations get it real quick, but how do they get the resources to know that they can export out?
Right. I get asked that question a lot, and it's not an easy answer to that question because they're so disparate across the country. They're all focused on different things. When you're running your business, you're really just focused on running your business. Similar to, I think, what my colleague at RCC said, working with organizations like ours because they trust us, and so we do provide that information back to them. We try to encourage them to think about trade, to work with the various organizations out there designed to help them. I think that's a key piece of this as well. But also, as I said earlier, I think it's also about creating, making sure that when you do make improvements to the trade system, that is well communicated to small businesses so they can actually see that there's something behind what you're saying, that they can actually feel on the ground, oh yeah, I don't have to fill out that form anymore, or now I can actually track where my shipment's going. That will do more than any of us talking to them, because then they start talking to each other, and that's where things start to snowball.
Okay. Mr. McClinton, you've talked about a lot about duties and going across the border. I've met with people in the duty-free business, and one of the problems they have said, and I want to know if this is true, is that it's the enforcement on our side on things like, say, cigarettes. It's a maximum amount that you're allowed to export, bring into the U.S. and vice versa, come into here. And what they say is that our enforcement is weak. So we get more imports than are actually allowable just because a CBSA officer won't want to enforce it, even though it's declared. Is that a problem you see that has large-scale ramifications? And if so, how do you see it best being improved?
Yeah, we'd like to see better enforcement, definitely, of the rules that exist. That being said, we understand that the challenges associated with that, right? We are a trading nation, and that's a good thing. And to your earlier question about online, the more anything that facilitates goods going both ways, and in the case of retail and consumers, anything that facilitates goods coming into this country is a good thing. So we understand the volume of things. We definitely would like to see better enforcement happening. But ultimately, at the end of the day, as I said, I think that the Canadian negotiating team did a good job with the limit that they established. I did want to touch, though, on that point about online and facilitating trade. That's something that retailers are supportive of. The single biggest barrier, though, to and one of the single biggest challenges to all of our retailers, including small and medium-sized retailers, is government overregulation. So what you talked about is something that I think will facilitate things, but what we'd really like to see is more regulatory cooperation, both at Canada and the U.S., and even within Canada, because the number of examples that we have, children's toys, strollers, child car seats, where there are slightly different requirements in Canada than in the United States, where if we could all just agree that we would like to have, to afford the same highest level of protection possible to all citizens, that sort of thing would have a significant impact on making sure that Canadians are able to have as much choice as possible and keep prices low.
Thank you very much, Mr. McClinton. On to Mr. Lewis.
We're down to 2.5. Still
No,
5?
five.
Okay,
Five.
thank you. My question will be for the CFIB, please. Not that we're picking on you, we just have lots of questions. So thanks so much for appearing before the committee. Prior to being elected to Parliament, I too was, as many of us, was a small business owner, multiple business. So I understand to a great extent the challenges and opportunities that face us. I note that you were among the 5 signatures on the May 29th, 2019 letter to the Prime Minister Trudeau, in which you offer the support for the new NAFTA deal. In that letter, you enthused that CUSMA will, and I quote, generate significant new benefits for the Canadian economy, spurring new investments while encouraging the creation of new highly valued jobs, end quote. As well, you refer to opportunities even before ratification, quote, to enhance North American competitiveness and good regulatory practices. You propose to achieve this by establishing committees in each area to promote economic growth and regulatory cooperation. But some industry leaders have described CUSMA in less than glowing terms. Then they just basically say this deal is better than no deal at all. I'm curious, does that surprise you? Or is that the level of enthusiasm for this agreement that differs from sector to sector?
Yeah, I think it's partly from sector to sector. And obviously, as an organization that is multi-sectoral, we represent businesses of all different types. I mean, there are elements, as I tried to point out, of CUSMA that also have concerns for us in regards to some of the sectors, and there are others as well. But overall, we believe it's an important move, and we need to move forward. NAFTA was getting stale. It didn't include things that had changed over the last 25 years, so it was important to move forward. It was also becoming very, there was a lot of instability in the trade world, and there still is. And so certainty was becoming an issue as well. And so moving forward with certainty is hugely important for all businesses, not just small businesses. And so that was a big reason why we were pushing for that particular movement at that particular time.
Thank you. And also, can you describe in more detail what your association sees as these significant benefits are for the Canadian economy? So specific to the association?
I mean, overall, again, it's opportunity. Obviously, in the presentation that we made, trade with the United States is the most important country to trade with. When we look at sort of the feedback we got to our members from our members as we went through the NAFTA negotiation process in terms of the things that they would like to see, again, it came back to that certainty, knowing and understanding what the rules were, knowing and understanding what the duties were, not changing things too much, but feeling like if there was a revived sort of interest in making sure that this that trade was going to continue to happen. So I think it's really the overall picture that we're looking at here. Because we're so diverse in terms of our membership, it's hard for me to pinpoint specifics.
Okay.
But it's that overall certainty that's important, and the ability to continue to be able to trade freely into the United States.
And does it concern the members at all, the short 90-day window from ratification to implementation? Does it concern the association? Does it concern your members at all, that short period of learning curve?
No, I don't think so. I mean, again, I think they're sort of vaguely aware that this is coming.
Okay.
And the sooner it happens, I think the better.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I please give my last minute to my colleague, Mr. Carey? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Yeah, I had a question for the chemical industry, just out of curiosity. That what percentage of your members or your business is petrochemicals?
The significant portion, we have a few in Quebec that do organic chemicals, but certainly about 85% are petrochemical.
85%. And if the government, we all agree it's important that we have an agreement because we have rules back and forth. And before we had the auto sector, and they said the whole idea of these agreements is that we have harmonization of regulations and rules. The current government is actually putting in a lot of unique Canadian costs, such as environmental costs, carbon taxes, high electrical costs in Ontario. We always hear from manufacturers how it's really getting hard, kind of like a death to 1,000 cuts type of thing. If the government puts in policies that makes it difficult for the petroleum industry to do business in Canada, what's the incentive for your businesses to stay in Canada if really you're going to the supply is going to be coming from the United States?
Right. It's a great question, and certainly our members look at a variety of factors before making that investment decision, and that does include the regulatory climate, so things like climate change regulation, etc. And so we work with the government to try to ensure that there are systems in place that will allow emission-intensive trade-exposed groups such as ourselves to be sort of have a slightly so that they pay attention to the fact that we are trade exposed and really understand the need for regulation that is fair, and things like transportation and availability of feedstock also play an important part in terms of deciding on those investments.
Thank you very much.
It went by so quickly.
Maybe we'll have some time after. Mr. Raya, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My once again question to the chemical industry. In fact, I should say that chemistry industry is one of the most, I should say you have the most positive outlook in terms of investment, in terms of the growth potential. If I'm not wrong, your industry talks about overall North American investment of around $250 billion with a potential of about $25 billion in Canada. Mm-hmm. In fact, I was, a few years I did work in the oil-rich Middle East countries, and I've seen the new petrochemical complexes coming up. Almost thought that manufacturing of basic polymers has ended here, but I understand that Nova Chemicals is setting up a polyethylene plant here in Canada.
Nova Chemicals, yes, in Sarnia, they have a $2.2 billion investment.
The point is that I want to know the potential of $25 billion investment that you foresee possible in the next 2 to 3 years or 4 years. which segment of this chemistry industry that goes in?
What we're seeing now is $10 billion in investment or announced in the last 18 months is in the plastics industry. So
Okay.
plastic resin produced from propane, so polypropylene. Canada would be the first, these companies would be the first to manufacture these types of products here in Canada. Certainly, there is potential for additional investment, again, in sustainable plastics. Frankly, Canada has the lowest carbon grid on the planet because of
And
electrification.
with a lot of major North American companies taken over or in partnership with very big GCC chemical companies, is it affecting investment in North American market? Is it going more towards the Middle East countries for investment?
What we're seeing major companies, obviously they're international. They compete internally for those investment dollars. So they'll compete with, they'll look to Canada or Chile or the U.S. Gulf Coast in order to make those investments. In the end, what really impacts those investments are regulatory policies.
I know adding value to oil and gas, of course, through the petrochemical industries. One other segment is that fertilizer. I don't think there's any potential in Canada or North America for fertilizer plants.
We don't represent the fertilizer
Okay.
industry, but certainly they should be invited to speak to their opportunity.
Okay. And coming back to the potential of chemistry industry for export outside of the North American market, how is it?
Do you have the data on that?
We don't have specific numbers, but the demand for chemistry products closely tracks in developed markets GDP levels, GDP growth levels. That's a
My
completely
question
different.
is that because your sister industries like the aluminum producers and the steel producers basically have given up looking at the markets outside of North America. The aluminum producers have not invested in a single new smelter during the last 15 years, and they don't have any plans of doing it. That's content with the North American market. My question is that does the chemistry industry in Canada is also looking to export outside of the North American market?
Yes.
Okay, and so the free trade agreement we have with the Europe, with Asia Pacific countries is helping the industry grow.
Yes.
Okay. Any particular segment of your industry we see the potential, or it is overall every particular segment of your sector?
It's across all segments in terms of either plastic resin production or it is organic chemistries, the chemistries that go into alternative energy sources, or the chemistries that go into cleaning, keeping food and water safe. So it's really dependent.
Sorry, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, basic chemical production. The good thing about our industry is we consider ourselves serial upscalers. Our basic products can go into so many different products that we don't like to confine ourselves to speaking on one or two specific things. So when we get members such as a couple in Alberta, which have joint venture partners actually from the Middle East investing in Canada versus the other way around, they'll do what's best for them. They will add facilities into their internal clusters to make those facilities the most competitive. So it's across a broad range of things, but it's just important to know those basic chemicals, those are driven by mainly economic growth. So the highest growth regions in the world, those are the ones where we see potential to definitely export our products to.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to continue from where we left off earlier. You were saying that we had to look at non-tariff barriers. Could you perhaps talk a bit more about that now?
So, in order to address issues for smaller companies, that's the more important area to tackle. And that can be anything from standards that are imposed by certain sectors or certain governments. It can also include, and this is what doesn't get included in this agreement, is those subnational levels of government. There are rules and regulations by province or by state that can also have a real barrier to smaller companies. And that's where those regulatory cooperation agreements really have to really focus on. It can't just be at the national level. It has to come down to that subnational level, because that's often where smaller companies find themselves stuck. So I think that's an important element of it. But then there are other rules. I would take, for example, the rules of origin. Those are very complex rules. And there are ways, if you're a larger company, to figure out how to best address those rules for your products. For a smaller company, once a decision has been made, it's very hard to appeal that decision. And so finding ways to sort of, again, address those things that can be difficult for smaller companies to really fix quickly or deal with quickly are going to be an important part of making this effective for small companies.
Thank you. A question from Mr. Powell. As you know, we have Hydro-Quebec in Quebec that provides electricity at some of the most beneficial rates. Now, against that backdrop, do you believe that this agreement will have positive or negative impacts for Quebec?
But also all parts of Canada. I think that, the northeastern United States is a major market for electricity exports from Canada, and I think you'll see more of that as things go forward. We hope. Just in the last year or in the last year, we have data for prices and volumes have increased, and so those are both positive signs. And the certainty that comes from CUSMA, we'll see that continue to move forward.
On to Mr. Blakey for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. To the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, I just wanted to ask, I guess, when we talk about the petrochemical industry, just the extent to which the primary products are sourced from Canada for your members, or would they tend to import oil from elsewhere in order to upgrade it, or do they tend to be customers of Canadian oil companies?
The majority, some of our members are integrated. So we have, as a member, we'll have Imperial Chemical, but they're integrated with obviously the upstream oil and gas. Most of the chemistries that we do produce come from natural gas liquids, and so the reason that we have our clusters in Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec is that we're close to that feedstock. And so you'll find a number of companies like Dow, Nova, Interpipeline that are based in this chemistry cluster in Alberta, and they're pulling from the natural gas feedstock available. But the companies are so deeply integrated in terms of the Canada-US that those chemical products will cross the border several times before they're finalized and then prepared for that next step in terms of downstream products. So there's a lot of back and forth, which demonstrates the high numbers in terms of the export-import in terms of that trade.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, often when we talk about Canada's oil and gas sector, you'd think that it was only an export industry, and that the only way to create demand for the product is by increasing access to export markets. But what I'm hearing is that there's an industry that is looking forward to continued investment and growth here in Canada that would help drive demand for Canadian oil and gas products.
It's a very vibrant industry, and chemistry is foundational to all of our products. So when we're thinking of moving to a low carbon economy, it drives some alternative energy. It drives a lot of the lightweighting of our vehicles in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a really interesting story there for chemistry and chemistry.
Would you guys have a sense in terms of jobs per unit of oil and gas, how effective your industry is compared to the simple export of oil and gas out of Canada?
That's a great question.
Just as your time is more than up. All right, thank you. I want to say thank you to our witnesses. Very informative panel. We appreciated all of that. I will suspend. The bells are going to start in a few minutes, and then we will come back for our next panel at 7 o'clock. Okay? All right. To order. Pursuant to reference Thursday, February 6, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. We are continuing this week on hearing witnesses and getting comments on how important this is and if there's anything more that needs to get added as we move forward. So I'll introduce the witness. By video conference, we have the Canadian Canola Growers Association, Rick White, President and Chief Executive Officer. Welcome. Appreciate having you here. I understand that we only have the video conference system till 8 o'clock, so we'll make sure to get questions into you before that. From Gailey Foods Cooperative Limited, Rosemary McClellan, Vice President, Strategy and Industry Affairs. And from the National Cattle Feeders Association, Janice Transberg, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Michael Daigle, the Chair. Welcome to all of you. We'll start with you, Mr. White, if you'd like to give some opening comments.
Sure, and thank you very much. How's my video coming in?
It's good. And you have Mr. Carey here as well.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee on your study of Bill C-4, the act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States, and the United Mexican States, also known as CUSMA. It is a pleasure to appear today on behalf of Canada's 43,000 canola farmers. My name, of course, is Rick White, and I am the President and CEO of the Canadian Canola Growers Association. And thank you for accommodating my presentation through teleconference from Winnipeg here, where CCJ's head office is located. I'm also joined in your room by Dave Carey, and he's our Vice President of Government and Industry Relations, who is based in Ottawa. Canola farmers support CUSMA and encourage the government to complete the parliamentary process quickly. Canada's ratification will provide a strong signal to our trading partners of the importance of this agreement and reinstate predictability and certainty in the North American marketplace for Canadian farmers. CCGA represents canola farmers from Ontario to British Columbia on national and international issues, policies, and programs that impact their farm's success. Developed in Canada, canola is a staple of Canadian agriculture as well as Canadian science and innovation. Today, it is Canada's most widely seeded crop and is the largest farm cash receipt of any agricultural commodity, earning Canadian farmers over $9.3 billion in 2018. Annually, the canola sector provides $26.7 billion to the Canadian economy and provides for 250,000 jobs. With 90% of canola exported as seed, oil, or meal, free trade and access to international markets is a key success factors for our farmers' continued prosperity. Free trade agreements such as CUSMA preserve and provide predictable markets and rules of trade for which to sell and grow our sector. In an environment of growing protectionism, it is even more important for Canada to support open markets and enable trade. The North American Free Trade Agreement has served canola farmers well. Since implemented 26 years ago, canola sales to our southern neighbors have grown significantly and have directly contributed to the growth and development of the canola sector here in Canada. Today, the U.S. is our #1 market, and Mexico is our 4th. In 2019, Canada sold $3.5 billion worth of canola products to the United States, which represents 5.6 million tons of seed, oil, and meal. 10 years ago, our sales were $1.6 billion, so it's more than doubled over the last decade in value. Importantly, the U.S. is a critical market for canola value-added products. The U.S. purchases over 50% of our oil exports and 75% of our meal exports. The economic activity generated from processing seed in Canada and exporting oil and meal is an integral part of canola's contribution to the Canadian economy. Furthermore, many of these processors are in rural Canada, close to canola production. The value-added activity supports local communities, sustains rural employment, and provides sales opportunities for canola producers outside the traditional elevator system. CUSMA builds on and strengthens the NAFTA. CCGA advanced 3 priorities prior to and throughout the negotiations, which are largely met with CUSMA. Our primary objective was to preserve NAFTA concessions and maintain market access into the United States and Mexico. Under NAFTA and continued under CUSMA, exports of canola seed, oil, and meal remain duty-free and will continue to face little in the way of trade barriers. This provides long-term predictability and restores certainty to our trade and business relationships. Our second objective was to streamline and align regulatory practices between NAFTA partners. CUSMA adds a new section on agricultural biotechnology, including the new generation of plant breeding techniques, recognizing the importance of innovation for North American agriculture. It confirms existing procedures and builds on the comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, covering trade facilitation measures, instances of low-level presence, and the creation of a working group for cooperation on agricultural biotechnology. Our third objective was to seek improvements for further processed canola products, such as margarine and shortening. CUSMA modernizes the rules of origin and improving access for margarine products, of which canola or soy are primary ingredients. Making the vegetable oil market more competitive should generate additional value-added activities here in Canada and capture more economic activity domestically. It is unfortunate that we did not achieve the same outcome for shortening, as the market is significantly larger. While I appreciate today's testimony is focused on Bill C-4, the last year has been a challenging one for farmers. The loss of the China market for canola seed, various rail challenges, adverse weather, and geopolitical and macro forces out of farmers' control have created significantly uncertainty and risk at the farm level. Farmers are again making 2020 production decisions with limited certainty and knowledge of demand, price, and available sales opportunities. While CUSMA restores certainty in North America, reopening the China market to canola seed, meaningful changes to government business risk management programs, and biofuel market diversification are also required to assist farmers to manage the current and any future trade disruption. The current risk management programs, most notably AgriStability, fall short in addressing farm financial losses, and significant enhancements are required to make it work for farmers. Additionally, a clear requirement in the Clean Fuel Standard that all diesel fuel consumed in Canada contain a minimum 5% renewable content would create greenhouse gas reductions and increase domestic demand for canola seed by an additional 1.3 to 2.3 million tons. In conclusion, NAFTA was critical to the development and success of the Canadian canola industry, and its modernization through CUSMA provides a platform to further stimulate growth in our sector and in the larger economy. As such, I have one parting comment. CCJ respectfully urges parliamentarians from both houses to complete the necessary review and swiftly pass Bill C4 into law. I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. On to Rosemary McClellan for Gayleaf Foods Cooperative Limited.
Thank you. Gayleaf Foods is a proud Canadian cooperative with members on more than 1,400 farms across Ontario and Manitoba. Our membership in Ontario represents roughly 40% of the bovine milk production in the province. We ourselves process approximately 24% of Ontario's milk in 11 facilities, making everything from milk proteins and ingredients to cottage cheese, butter, whipped cream, soft and hard cheese, sour cream, and fluid milk. We also broker 45% of Ontario's goat milk, have a cheese facility in Alberta, and are partners in a joint venture in Manitoba. Recognizing the external threats from global trade agreements as well as the rapidly changing marketplace, Gayleaf Foods has steadily been strengthening our cooperative through investments in our existing operations. This has enabled us to increase our sales from $560 million in 2013 to just over $872 million in 2019 as a wholly owned and operated Canadian business. Gayleaf Foods has not only been committed to our members, our employees, and the communities we touch, but to the Canadian dairy industry as well. The basis of our cooperative's investment in a drying facility in 2003 was to support the management of solids non-fat as a responsible dairy sector. That is also why Gayleaf Foods was an active partner in the development of classes 6 and 7 in the National Ingredient Strategy as an industry-led solution to address the growing structural surplus of SNF as a consequence of satisfying the growing domestic demand for butterfat. It needs to be emphasized that this industry-led, market-driven policy was a significant step for Canadian dairy and ignited investment throughout the sector, including over $1 billion of publicly reported projects by Canadian dairy processors, including new facilities, modernization of existing capacity and capabilities, as well as extension. To that end, in 2016, Gayleaf Foods embarked on a plan to create a new dairy ingredients hub in Ontario with a $72 million investment in the construction of a nutraceutical-grade dairy ingredients facility in Teeswater. This is the only nutraceutical-grade dairy facility in Canada. We also brokered a non-conventional joint venture in Winnipeg, Manitoba to construct a new MPC and butter facility with Vitalis Nutrition, Inc. The latter was in support of a chronic underproduction in Western Canada, providing much-needed processing capacity to support dairy farmers in the western part of the country. Both of these investments were committed with shovels in the ground prior to the NAFTA negotiations, and they are both now in operation. And I must add that with that $72 million investment was all made from aluminum and steel that was specially fabricated in the United States. Over the last 4 years, Gayleaf Foods has invested an additional $180 million in the business, with plans for a further investment of $100 million by 2023. These financial decisions as a dairy cooperative owned by dairy farmers were not made without risk, but they were made with the understanding that both industry and government shared a commitment to the growth of a thriving, innovative, and uniquely Canadian dairy sector. The impact of CUSMA on Canadian dairy needs to be placed in the context of the multiple pressures, opportunities, and changes that the dairy sector has encountered over the last 6 years. The global marketplace and consumer demands on food are shifting. Canadian dairy has lost domestic market share under CETA, CPTPP, and now CUSMA. We also have the WTO deadline for the elimination of export subsidies coming into effect later this year. And that was a part of the rationale for creating Class 6 and Class 7, to address our issues of structural surplus, while also dealing with the increasing demands for butterfat, which included then us looking at what and how we would utilize and sell skim milk powder, which is globally recognized as some of the best skim milk powder you can find. In 2019, we have started to see the real impact of imported cheese in the Canadian marketplace. While these volumes are incremental, the effect on pricing is necessitating the changes for Canadian cheese in order to remain competitive. As more imports come into Canada, the industry will need to adjust further to maintain market share. CUSMA will force the industry to make changes to our milk class pricing and has designated a formula for the pricing of 3 specific dairy goods: skim milk powder, MPC, and infant formula. It will also place thresholds on global exports of these 3 specific dairy goods based on our dairy year. This will have a direct impact on the industry's ability to balance the demand for butterfat while providing value to the SNF that is associated with that milk volume. As the committee has heard from previous testimony, the timing of the coming into force could add additional challenges to our sector, as these provisions are based on a dairy year starting on August 1st. The agreement also includes provisions on the disclosure of certain information and obligations to notify and consult with the other party on changes to the milk class. It should be noted that these provisions apply to both parties to the annex, both Canada and the United States. It is hoped that government will work with industry and ensure that both parties to that annex fulfill their obligations in relation to those provisions. As a sector, we need to have a good dialogue on the future we want for Canadian dairy industry. We need to solidify a common vision and chart the plan for the next 3, 5, and 10 years. We will need to know that the government has our back as we move through unprecedented and the most difficult, the most significant next 3 years with these trade agreements, where the cumulative effect will have a significant impact on all of our businesses and decisions going forward. We need to work on restoring the stability and predictability that has been eroded in our sector in order to effectively manage milk supply to meet market demands for various milk components. Government will need to play a role as we work on how to position this sector to remain viable with growth, sustainability, and innovation at the core. The dairy industry still has so much potential, and we all need to get behind it. Over the last 4 years, the government needs to move ahead with the implementation of a dairy processing investment program as compensation for both CPT and CUSMA. The government has repeatedly committed that this compensation will be full and fair. I would only add that it also needs to be retroactive to the signing of the Trans-Pacific Agreement in March 2018. The reason for this is simple. We have not waited for the impact of these trade agreements to be felt in our marketplace as we developed and put investment into mitigation strategies. That was with the understanding that government would be there to support our investments in our operations that are negatively impacted by the trade agreements. Global Affairs Canada should allocate the TRQs for market access conceded under CUSMA to dairy processors. Simply put, we are the best place to identify what is required to fill domestic needs. And I will note that contrary to CETA, the market access conceded under CPTPP and CUSMA is market access of opportunity. Canada is not obliged to 100% fill it or to fill it. It should only be brought in if there is domestic needs that we need to have filled. Related to the administration of TRQs by Global Affairs Canada, government needs to ensure that the department has the resources to administer the new obligations under these trade agreements to ensure they are timely and business-friendly. They currently administer 38 TRQs for supply managed commodities. We will see that number increase to 54 with CUSMA. They need to provide for both the resources as well as the training for the staff as we look forward to how this administration will be done in a timely and business-oriented way. While there are many challenges ahead of us, Gailey Foods remains committed to working with industry partners and all orders of government on a plan for the sector and our future as a dairy cooperative and what we hope will be a thriving and growing dairy sector in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McClellan. And on to the National Cattle Feeders Association, Ms. Transberg and Mr. Daigle.
Yes, on behalf of the National Cattle Feeder Association, we thank the committee for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-4. To begin, National Cattle Feeder Association supports the swift ratification of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement and calls upon all MPs to ensure the quick passage of Bill C-4. My name is Michel Daigle, and I am the chairman of National Cattle Feeder Association. I live and farm in Sainte-Hélène-de-Bagotte, Quebec, for 43 years now. Sainte-Hélène is a small community near Saint-Hyacinthe. I'm in a partnership with my two sons, and we seed and harvest over 3,000 acres. We operate a feedlot of 2,300 one-time capacity and market 4,000 fed cattle every year. On the farm, my older sons operate a cow-calf operation of 100 heads. So I know what I say to you tonight.
And my name is Janice Tranberg. I'm the president and CEO of the National Cattle Feeders. I've worked in the agriculture industry now for over 20 years, and I've worked in areas from industry to government and now the cattle feeding sector.
NCFA represents Canadian cattle feeder on national issue, and les éleveurs de bovins du Québec font aussi partie de l'association.
The éleveurs des bovins du Québec are also part of the association.
Stakeholders and government to strengthen and improve the cattle feeding sector. Through NCFA, Canada's cattle feeder speaks with a unified voice. NCFA is a business-oriented organization focused on growth and sustainability, competitiveness, industry leadership. We work to create a business and trade environment conducive to the growth and sustainability of cattle feeding, focusing on enhanced access to existing export market and the opening of new markets. As we support a regulatory system that better positions our industry for future growth and prosperity. National Cattle Feeder Association is a member of Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance and a strong partnership with Canadian Cattlemen Association, both who have appeared before this committee last week on Bill C-4. Agriculture and agri-food in Canada is a $100 billion industry that employs over 2 million Canadians. Both the Barton Report and the Agri-Food Economic Strategy Table identify agriculture and agri-food as a high-growth economic sector with significant potential to increase its contribution to the Canadian economy. To do so, however, we need to proactively harness opportunities such as CUSMA. Canada produces some of the most affordable, nutritious, and safest beef of the world. The Canadian beef industry represents farm cash receipts totaling $9.4 billion annually, contributing to $18 billion to the GDP annually. And the Canadian beef industry generates an estimate 228,000 jobs in Canada, with every job in the sector yielding another 3.56 jobs elsewhere in the economy. In Canada, there are approximately 82,665 Canadian farm, ranches, and feedlots.
So trade in beef and live cattle between the U.S. and Canada has created a highly integrated North American market that benefits the beef sector on both sides of the border. For all practical purposes, Canadian and U.S. beef industries operate within a single North American market, where processed beef and live cattle move across the border in a relatively unimpeded and tariff-free manner. Cattle feeding is the most valuable production component within the Canadian and U.S. beef value chain, and both countries enjoy tremendous benefit from a very high level of integration. So even though the Canadian beef industry is approximately 1/10 the size of the U.S. industry, there is still a tremendous amount of reciprocal trade that occurs between the two countries in terms of processed beef and even more with respect to live cattle. The U.S. is Canada's largest export customer, and Canada is the single largest import supplier. Canada consumes about 1/10 of the U.S. exports and satisfies 1/5 of the U.S. required imports. So each year, Canada processes 3 million head of cattle, and it yields about 1 million tons of beef. Canada exports 45% of all beef production annually, and about 75 to 80% of these exports are destined to the U.S. So the NCFA supports the swift ratification of this agreement and calls upon all MPs to ensure the quick pass of Bill C-4. Our sector is not in a position to sustain any further trade disruptions with any of our trading partners, and in U.S. in particular. There's no room for reopening or amending the CUSMA at this stage if agriculture is to have any hope of growth and sustainability. The FTA that occurred in 1988 and then NAFTA in the 1990s show beef as a good example of how free trade has strengthened industries on both sides of the border. These agreements inject a high degree of competition in the industry and has made North American industry a truly integrated market. Competition drove down input costs and increased productivity, and this has allowed the North American beef industry to compete globally. Going into CUSMA negotiations, the Canadian cattle feeders had 4 priorities. First, do no harm. The second was to improve market access where possible. Third, include a specific commitment on regulatory cooperation and no return of country of origin labeling, or COOL, in any form. So CUSMA builds on the success of NAFTA and restores long-term predictability to the North American supply chain. This is exceedingly important during this time of ongoing unpredictability in global markets. Key benefits to CUSMA for the cattle feeders include no new tariffs or trade restricting measures, meaningful progress on regulatory alignment and cooperation, and modernizing elements that will help bring NAFTA into the digital age. CUSMA preserves and secures duty-free access upon which North American beef cattle sector has been built over the last quarter century. And producers appreciate that there is nothing in the agreement on mandatory U.S. country of origin labeling for meat or livestock, and that there is ongoing interest to address regulatory matters affecting cattle and beef trade and to continuously improve the competitiveness of the North American beef sector. So in conclusion, our message is simple. We call on members from all parties to facilitate the timely ratification of CUSMA. Please pass Bill C-4 and bring CUSMA into a force so that cattle feeders can capture the economic and competitive benefits as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. I'm over to Mr. Hoback, and we'll do 5-minute rounds for the completion of this evening, if that's okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Rather
Yeah,
than
I think
6,
that's
we'll
fine.
do 5.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank all the witnesses for coming this evening. You know what? It's interesting. When we hear from the different groups and associations, they say they want this passed right away. And we agree with you. We've been saying that since April of last year in 2019. We said, let's do a pre-study. Let's get the pre-study done so we can move forward right away. We brought this forward again this past fall. We said, why don't you bring the House back and let's get this done and out of our hair. All these times we brought forward suggestions on how to speed this up. We've always been declined. Until now, when all of a sudden we're saying, hey, okay, we still need time to do our due diligence, which we would have done in those previous studies. And now they're saying, hurry up and do it. And it's frustrating because, for example, we heard from dairy producers today. They're saying that, dairy farms are basically saying, okay, if you hurry up and push this through, we lose a benefit of a year if it goes through too fast. If you wait till after May 1st, then that benefit kicks out a year. Well, we got the NDP doing a backroom deal to make sure it goes through relatively quickly, where we said, let's work the break week and then move it forward and at least move forward. So I find it
frustrating when people say we got to move forward really fast on this, when that's exactly what we've been doing. And I'm not sure what the minister's saying to you folks, but reality is they're the ones that haven't managed this file, not us. And that frustration is kicking through on this side because we've been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it to make sure situations like Rosemary brought forward are properly addressed. You know, a classic example in this deal, if we would have done TPP, which was the replacement to NAFTA, which I think everybody in this room would have said that would have been a good deal, the benefit to the Canadian economy is about $4.3 billion. Obama wanted to do it. Trudeau did not want to do it. Didn't happen. Now we do NAFTA. We do a TPP without NAFTA, so we get 3.5% under TPP, or TRQ, another 3.5% under NAFTA, TRQ. So the dairy is getting hit twice now. The net benefit here is a $10 billion loss to the Canadian GDP based on CD Howe. Now, we're still waiting for the economic factors to come from this government. So I think what I'm finding is as we dig into this deal, it's supposedly a win-win-win for everybody. There's a lot of losers here that need to be heard from, and dairy is a good example. And I know Rick and Janice, I've been on WTO talks with you, Rick, and we've got a history together, and we're all pro-traders. There's no question about that. But in the same breath, I'm looking at this saying, okay, where's the compensation? Where's the mitigation for the losses here? And we're not seeing it. So, you know, I just look at the limitations on the ability to export out of the dairy sector. So basically, you're going to allow more product in, but on your powdered milk, for example, you're restricted in what you can ship, not only in North America, but globally. So, Rosemary, when you were talking and you're going through the consultation process with the minister, when they said, okay, we're going to put a restriction on the amount of powdered milk, for example, that you can export, what were those discussions about? Did you agree to do a global ban or a global TRQ on the amount you can export?
I don't think any business would ever agree to restrictions on its future growth and potential. Predominantly prior to the negotiations starting, as well as during the negotiations and immediately following, Gailey Foods, both directly as well as via the trade associations, was in frequent contact predominantly with the trade officials, in part to make sure they really understood the vital significant impact that Class 6, Class 7, the National Ingredient Strategy had, in part in that it was an industry-led solution to an industry issue. But it also was repositioning us for the future, and that they needed to understand that in the context of investments that had been made that were too far to go back.
Okay, I'm sorry I don't get 5 minutes, but you talk about compensation. So compensation for TPP and then compensation for NAFTA. Rick, we had a whole pile of canola markets shut down because of this government's comments or actions. What kind of compensation do you think the canola growers should get in light of what the dairy producers are getting? Because I hear that a lot of times right now on the doorstep saying, well, dairy's getting compensation because of they're giving up market access. I've lost markets in Saudi Arabia. I've lost markets in China because of this government. What should their compensation be?
Mr. Holback, in my presentation about asking for improvements to agri-stability. I mean, that's where we have consensus in the grains and oilseed sector on how to manage and help our farmers through this very difficult time, especially with China. And we would like to see the agri-stability reference margins raised to 85%. You know, that will take money, but will provide adequate or at least better coverage for farmers to weather these kind of storms. And so that's where consensus has arisen. There's other ideas for getting compensation out there, but it's loud and clear that agri-stability needs to be fixed, and it's not fixed yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holback. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the presenters. My first question is going to Ms. Rosemary McLennan. I know I hear your concerns, and you mentioned that you know, you have a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year plan. If you know, government has your back, I can certainly tell you government had your back. That is why we were able to preserve the supply management. And earlier I talked to the other group, and that was Dairy Farmers of Canada. They said it's about 3.8% of the dairy market that is affected by this CUSMA agreement. What do you see plan moving when it is a 3-year plan, and your vision when it comes to 3-year and 10-year?
So I cite 3-year because that's the next 3 years are where we're going to see the greatest impact of these 3 trade agreements coming in together, as well as the changes with the WTO. And so, frankly, I think we need to get through that because we still are only just now, last year, really seeing the impact of CETA. And so we basically need to get through the next 3 years. But what we need to start to have discussions on with government as well as with industry is what are we prepared to do? What do we see are the opportunities for milk and for dairy going forward? And what is that going to take to then see if it's really where Canada's commitment is? Because that's going to have an impact on the confidence for future investment.
So, but I want to know, what do you think? What that exactly it is like that will make sure that that 3.8% that we lost through the CUSMA, will be able to help the dairy farmers.
So I have a strong passion for dairy. I see tremendous opportunity for dairy. The thing that will hold it back is money. And the thing that will hold it back is the risk that processors will continue to be willing to take to make investments as we did in Canada that already had the goalpost changed before we even commissioned the facilities. These are long paybacks. These are very difficult decisions. But the opportunities on the protein side, the opportunities on even how I mix it with, frankly, even some of Dave's products, and we do fat filled, there are so many different ways and facets with the global marketplace changing that dairy could play a vital role as it does today and in ways we haven't even quite developed yet. But that's going to take some serious commitment and that's going to take some serious investment. And we need to know if Canada's the right place.
So if government does that, then you are pretty sure in your mind that you will be able to provide Canadians with quality products and possibly expand in the coming years?
We absolutely have the best milk in the world. We have dedicated dairy farmers and we have some of the best processors. What we need is confidence from government that if we make investment decisions that have high risk to them, that the government will have our back.
Thank you. My question to Mr. White. Mr. White, you mentioned 250,000 jobs in canola industry. Are they all in Western Canada, or can you elaborate, please?
They're basically jobs in Quebec and Ontario. Predominantly the farming jobs are in Western Canada, but there's processors in Quebec and Ontario as well. So the entire value chain of 250,000 are pretty much spread across the country, not so much in Eastern Canada, though, the extreme Eastern Canada.
So basically this CUSMA will help the businesses in Quebec?
Yeah, there's a crusher there, and it helps. CUSMA will help not only canola but soybean growers too. And then when you look at soybean and canola, they're very closely related to the same market, and so our soybean farmers would certainly benefit as well. But I won't speak on their behalf. But yes, it'll help the entire industry. It provides stability, predictability, and that is worth a lot these days in the international market.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Bonjour, merci.
Good afternoon or good evening. Thank you all for being here and putting forward your points of view from where you stand. Very happy to have somebody here from my riding, from the very beautiful municipality of Sainte-Hélène-de-Bagotte. It's a pleasure to represent you here in the House, and it'll be a pleasure to visit your facilities if weather allows and time allows. So my first question will be to you. We know that for the cattle industry, if we draw a parallel with the last agreement, many promises were made, but there were not many outcomes. The agreement with Europe, CETA, was sold by saying, okay, we're sacrificing parts of the cheese sector, but we will compensate for it elsewhere. But the European market was, in fact, not that easy to access. You seem much more optimistic about the U.S. market. Is that just because there is already access under the old NAFTA and that would just continue? Well, as you said, this agreement is very different from CETA. Those markets are very different. The North American market is profoundly integrated. 45% of Canada's entire beef production is exported across the world, and 80% of those exports are carried out in conjunction with the U.S. So the free trade agreement to us is really something very significant, and it needs to be ratified. CUSMA needs to be ratified as quickly as possible, and if possible, unanimously in the House. because it takes into account the interrelationship with the U.S. involving job creation, added value to the economy. It is extremely important. I understand that in Quebec, beef production constitutes only 1/10 of Canada's production, and Canada's production in itself is only 1/10 of North American production. But it is still very important for breeders to have CUSMA because it is really something we operate under more or less. Does the new agreement give you something extra, or do you simply want to carry on using existing channels? Well, we have these existing channels, and what the new agreement will do is strengthen them. What's very important in the new agreement is there's no country of origin labeling. That has cost billions. It's cost the Canadian breeding industry billions. A few years ago, we invested massive amounts into getting rid of cool, which was such a barrier to imports. And what's great about the current agreement is that there is no country of origin labeling. That's an asset for us. Just so everyone is clear, can you tell us a bit about cool? A group of breeders in the U.S. had decided to ask the U.S. Congress to identify the country of origin for meat. When you are operating under a free trade agreement, when a slaughterhouse slaughters Canadian beef, it had to slaughter them separately. So some processors simply would not buy Canadian beef because of that. So it ended up costing breeders a tremendous amount of money. Now, after a number of years that we spent fighting this with the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, we have managed to get rid of cool. Because when you don't segregate Canadian beef, it's much healthier for Canadian trade. You were talking about labeling at the counter. You mean that's where the consumer is actually buying the meat, buying the beef? Yes, exactly. The retailer requires country of origin labeling. And that means that Canadian meat is discriminated against. The economies are so integrated, so enmeshed, that in fact we are feeding more cattle. We're importing more head for feeding in Canada than we are exporting to the U.S. It is extremely important not to have the beef discriminated against at the counter. Mr. Blakey.
Ms. McClellan, I just wanted to start by saying that, and I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. I mean, to the extent that the parliamentary process does wrap up prior to May 1st, we're completely supportive of the government exercising its prerogative to delay ratification until May 1st, which it can certainly do. That's a prerogative of the Crown in terms of when it gets implemented. In the event that the government chooses not to take that road, we're just asking folks from the dairy sector. I mean, would you like to see an extra compensation negotiated for that other year and the accelerated implementation of the caps?
So the dilemma here is simply just to where the dairy year falls into the calendar year. What I would put it as is it comes back to signals from government that they see a future for dairy in Canada and a future that is expansion, innovation, and sustainability through growth, new products, as well as a very strong processing sector. So I think it'll be more important for the government right now to show us that this is a sector that they see as a winning sector in Canada. We certainly think it is. We need to know that government is there with us on that commitment, and I would leave it to government to devise, be it under the administrative measures that are available in the agreement or through other means, to make that decision.
Okay, and what would some of those signals look like, or what would you take as a positive signal by government that they have your back?
Certainly moving ahead finally. We're now 2 years past, and with just where CPTPP also came into effect, that we basically had year 1 and year 2 within a day of each other because they happened December 30th and basically January 1st. we're still waiting on that compensation for that commitment. So moving ahead immediately on the processor investment compensation for CPTPP as we start to figure out through CUSMA is one first step. I think the second part of it is looking at some of these other means and measures, clarifying right now. They're going through the second round of consultations on review of how they've been administering the TRQs. I think the industry would say that there was room for improvement there. And I would differentiate again that CETA is different than CPTPP and CUSMA, where we are not obligated to be bringing in those imports. So they should only be getting filled if we have a domestic market need for it. But I would also put to that, the department is going from 20 in CPTPP that was added to 16 WTO. That's a significant increase in resources that they need to actually really be good and timely on the administration. I have 2 industry colleagues here who would not want funds taken away from trade facilitation and removing some of the barriers there and counting to support us with the domestic administration. So I think some of those processes we need to make sure now, I think to the point of the impact statement, that the government also has the resources to actually live up to some of the obligations Canada's taken on.
And so when we talk about the allocation of those TRQs and, not having to fill it unless there's domestic demand, I mean, who is in the best position to be able to assess domestic demand and whether or not there's a need to bring product in from the United States?
Processors work very closely with dairy farmers, and that's a part of our milk supply management system. And so with that, we have the appropriate signals and recognize what is coming in and where and how it needs to go. But then with that, then working with producers to ensure that that does not displace domestic milk when we actually can be filling some of those markets domestically.
Right on. And there's been talk at this table with a few different witnesses about the impact of people who work in dairy processing as well, and whether they should be included in the compensation package in terms of pension bridging or retraining for younger workers who may end up shifted out of the industry as a result of the agreement. Are you supportive of including some kind of meaningful package for people working in the industry, as in addition to what would be there for producers and processors?
So I'm hopeful that we don't see job losses in Canada. I'm hopeful that we can figure out a plan as industry and government that we actually expand this industry. We don't see contraction. If closures and others that do need to be part of business decisions occur, then absolutely employees should be considered. I would put my other hat on, though, in that we are projecting a shortfall of 65,000 full-time employees by 2025 in the food and beverage manufacturing sector in Canada. So I would hope that if we were to see job losses within the dairy sector, that certainly government would be working with other parts of industry to actually be filling some of those vacancies we know are occurring across all sectors today.
In the event that government...
Very much. Mr. Blakey, on to Mr. Cram.
Well, thank you very much to all the witnesses for joining us today. Ms. McClellan, when were you first made aware of these new dairy exports that apply not just to Canadian exports to the U.S. and Mexico, but indeed to the rest of the world as well?
So government, as they started, I think, to work towards the landing zone, so probably a month out, started to float some of the options they were considering. And certainly those were privileged without prejudice conversations. It was not definitive to what they were going ahead with, but certainly we were working and trying to make sure they fully understood just where skim milk powder from a production standpoint fit with the Class 6, Class 7, and the components of us actually also addressing the domestic butterfat section. So we were aware of it, but it was in the morning after the trade agreement was finalized that it was in fact confirmed that it was in the agreement.
And so when you say a month out, that means a month from the beginning of negotiations or a month from the end?
Throughout the month of September, we started to understand that there were some variations and some options the government was considering in their discussions with the U.S.
Okay, and that was September of last year?
2018.
2018, okay, thank you. And so how much do you expect Gailey Foods to be paying in the new export tariff?
So in 2003, the dryer that Gailey Foods put in place in Guelph was predominantly to be making skim milk powder. So that entire facility in the city of Guelph is entirely making skim milk powder right now. So we will be making some decisions as to what and how we go forward with some of that, recognizing we frankly make some of the best skim milk powder in the globe. So there will be some impact to that, but not all of that is exported. Much of that is also used for domestic use. A lot of this will be a recalibration within the industry as to what we make, and how we use some of this domestically. And it's still too early for us to fully assess how all those pieces will fit together.
Okay, so you may be paying $0 in export tariff because you'll just stop exporting that product that qualifies for the tariff. Is that a possibility?
That tariff is prohibitive at its cost right now in order for us to look at some of this to be competitive.
All right. And has the government had any talks with you about what the money collected from that tariff will be used for?
No.
Okay. So there's no talks of a dairy export tariff rebate program coming from the new dairy export tariff?
No.
Okay. So how? So can you give us some idea of what are the options that you're considering for adjusting to the new export tariffs? Like you've talked about your facility in Guelph. What are some of the most likely scenarios that we're seeing coming out of this?
So certainly some of that is what can we use domestically. Some of that will be what is that product mix and where we go forward. Some of this will have an implication on it's 3 specific dairy goods that have been captured by the export thresholds to what else and how else can we make things. So this is even just with my colleague sitting next to me as to there are variations of different products depending what the marketplace needs where we could be putting fat filled with it and that changes tariff lines. So there's variations like that as well that we'll need to assess what the marketplace will want, not just what we would like to make.
Okay. And south of the border, the American government subsidizes their dairy industry to the tune of billions of dollars a year. If the American government would just stop subsidizing their dairy farmers, would that make Canadian dairy farmers more competitive?
It would in some ways. I would also put back as well that the U.S. is not looking to Canada to be their complete solve. We are a bit of a dumping ground. But if we look at the size of our marketplace to the size of California, we're not going to be their solution either going forward.
And during the course of the NAFTA negotiations, were you made aware of any attempts by our negotiators to eliminate or at least reduce the American tariffs to their dairy farmers?
So there is some market access gains for Canadian dairy under this agreement, similar to those that were made under CPTPP.
Okay. And time, Madam Chair? No,
20 seconds. I don't think you can get anything.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you once again to all the presenters. And we've made a commitment, and we've heard it over and over again, to get the NAFTA deal through expeditiously. I think I've heard it over and over and again. Obviously, the dairy farmers, they have some concerns, and we've heard them. They've come to the table with a number of ideas to help to continue to strengthen the dairy producers. So I appreciate that testimony too. So I'm not going to ask any questions that have already been asked that the analysts have already gathered, because we grab all your information, not only yours, but many other people, and we create this report. So one of the things that I just have one quick question, and I'm probably going to have some time left over, that I just had not heard yet. We're talking a lot about the United States in the NAFTA deal. And when the canola farmers made the presentation, they had mentioned that the United States is their #1 market and Mexico is the 4th. What opportunities are there increasing exports to Mexico, taking it from 4th higher, or just increasing exports with Mexico to the canola farmers, please?
Dave, would you? Mr. Carey?
Trade diversification is key. I think that with the U.S. and China representing so much of our exports, looking towards Mexico to increase, we were at about $782 million in 2018. So I think a newly invigorated NAFTA is a good thing, CUSMA. I think the key is that we can't be so reliant on any one export market, but as we look to strengthen relationships with Mexico, there certainly is market gains to be found there. And I think, to the expeditious nature of your question, I think we're looking at it, 90% of our crop is exported. We can't consume everything that we grow here in the canola side. And I think we also have to look at just where the U.S. is in their electoral cycle, where right now with Canada and Mexico, or U.S. and Mexico having ratified, we're still under NAFTA. But if we get into the U.S. election cycle, we're at a dangerous position where Canada would be outside of NAFTA. and the U.S. and Mexico would continue to be. So we'd love to see more exports going to more markets, more to Japan, more to Southeast Asia, Bangladesh, Pakistan. There's lots of other markets. The Mexico is certainly one where we can make inroads, but we can't do it without the CPTPP.
Thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll try to stay as brief as I can as well. Ms. McClellan, this is for yours, please. I did read a statement from Gayleeds Food on, I believe it's from October the 1st, 2018. And very quickly, it said, one of the statements was USMCA will have destabilizing and detrimental impacts on the Canadian dairy industry, our cooperative businesses, and dairy farmers. Then it went on to speak about the investments that you spoke about, I believe, in your opening statements. And I see numbers in here of $140 million to build a dairy ingredients hub in Ontario, $68 million for ingredients facility in Teeswater, $3 million innovation center in Hamilton, and so on and so forth. So my question for you then is, you mentioned the statements that CUSMA will call into question millions of dollars of investments Gaylee has made over the last several years. Have you been able to research the impact of CUSMA since this statement, and what are your findings? In other words, can you talk us through how the new NAFTA will potentially impact those specific investments?
So Teeswater, which we commissioned last summer, will be making a variation. It's the nutraceutical grade dairy ingredients facility. We'll be making a variation of MPC as well as milk protein isolates for domestic as well as export sectors. So what we don't know yet is, as Global Affairs will look at how they allocate what can actually be exported under those thresholds. We don't know yet what our volume will be of that. So that'll be a part of our decision making going forward. The second part will be, what of this can we be looking at from a domestic market perspective, to then what else we do with that. And that what is captured under the 3 specific dairy goods for exports under the thresholds, and what's actually outside of that. With some of the other investments, we continue to make strong investments in our cheese operations, both in the Etobicoke facility as well as our Hamilton facility, as well as some of our smaller facilities in parts of rural Ontario and Alberta.
Okay, thank you. And have you been able to quantify your potential losses to date?
We have not. We have opted to focus more on what are the opportunities and how we continue to strengthen and grow. We have a very progressive membership of dairy farmers who are very committed to the Canadian dairy industry, who see huge potential, and our focus has been on how we actually ensure that they have a bright future tomorrow.
Excellent. And last question for you. You have more than 4,200, 4,200 producers and investor stakeholders. What has been their response to the new NAFTA and the export cap?
I think certainly much of this caught the industry by surprise, more disappointment, because it was yet another hit. And I think it's that cumulative effect of all of this overall. I think we had seen some strong growth, particularly as we have been one of the lead actors in helping create Class 6 to Class 7, the National Ingredient Strategy. They've seen quota increases. We were seeing strong investment. They're seeing milk production going up. And so it's more of a matter now of how do we look at how we can continue to ensure that that keeps going, and how do we ensure that we continue to have government support to enable us to make some of the investments we've made that are high risk, have very long payback periods, to ensure that we can continue to have a successful sector here in Canada.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Shirai.
I want to thank you all for coming. And it's always, even though we get a lot of the same sector, but we learn different things. So my question is to Ms. McClellan. You said you see actually opportunity in terms of the dairy sector using the gains or some of the sector market share we get from the U.S. What's the best way to access those gains? Is it through new innovative means? Do you need support in that in terms of it? Or is it certain sector or talent requirements? What would be the most effective way for you to gain market share in the U.S. and increase productivity in your specialized products?
So we do have a number of products. We make a wonderful smooth cottage cheese at a fantastic area in Etobicoke, and we actually have a North American patent on that. So we are looking at various goods that we already make that we can ship to the U.S. As much as market access has been gained to the U.S. We don't expect the U.S. to make it easy for us as Canadian dairy to enter their market. So we definitely are looking at other marketplaces. As the global population is growing, there is increasingly stronger demands for milk proteins in different ways, both for confectionery and baking. So as we look at other parts of the globe, there are opportunities for export. The U.S. may play a part of an export plan for Canada, but certainly it's not going to be our number one priority. I think, if anything, we've learned from our colleagues in other sectors of, if you're looking at export outside of Canada, diversification and not having all of your milk proteins into one country would be one of the best strategies.
And that seems to be a strategy that many industries in Canada, softwood lumber, canola, others, all have witnessed that if you put too much emphasis on just one market, then whenever there's an issue like canola in China or softwood in the States, then you get stuck with that one. So diversifying, but we haven't heard as much from the dairy sector diversifying, but we do hear that China and Japan and or Hong Kong as part of China have a higher market demand for our baby foods and other drier milk products. Do you see, is that the way to go to increase your products?
It's a part of it, but make no mistake, the domestic Canadian marketplace is still the number one marketplace for us. I think we've also learned lessons from other sectors in that as we are losing market share, we can't afford to lose any more than what has been allocated and given away in trade agreements, that we also need to keep priority on what and how we service Canadians with the Canadian dairy products that they love and trust.
And how have you used some of the funding that the dairy industry is getting or going to be getting and have received some, my understanding as of December, in order to make our made in Canada product more better aware amongst consumers in Canada that it's a better product? I get told many times by the dairy industry when they come meet me that I'm the most informed in the dairy. I have like several types of milk in my refrigerator. I have organic milk, I have grass-fed milk, I have 2%, 1% skim milk. I have it all in my house, so I get well-versed. Different kids have different demands, and I have my own requirements. So, but I've seen, what I don't see is our dairy industry pushing that made in Canada high-quality milk demand as much as they should. I know that Blue Lego logo that's on your cards has been out there, but something to push it. Our doctors are well aware that it's one of the best products, better in American milk, especially because of some of the hormones or injections that they do. How can you make that more abundantly clear for Canadian consumers?
So I think that's probably a better question posed for industry associations, because they're the ones that manage the marketing dollars and do focus on the marketing activities. I do think that is a part of a struggle as you increasingly have more options in the marketplace for consumer choice.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our witnesses. It's been a long day. We have another long day starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And yes, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, some more witnesses. So thank you very much to the witnesses who took the time to come out. We really appreciate it. So I will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.